Alrighty then. I believe that is enough of that. Well, not quite. Let it go on for a little bit longer to the Michigan fan.
To win, you gotta not lose.
Okay, that's enough. Alrighty then. Good day, everybody. Welcome, welcome. It's that time. Rivalry weekend. Hold on, I gotta listen to something real fast. With Carolina jackpot. What's his reaction? Clemson just scored to go up by 2 possessions. I gotta hear what jackpot has to say to that. I got to hear his reaction.
Snap, punt. I mean, you know these guys gonna pin him deep. Yeah. Good Lord, pins him at the 4-yard line. Can Carolina go on? Jay Shipple saying in the super chat says your thoughts about Notre Dame getting treated better by a playoff committee than illegals.
So did they throw a pick 6?
Order last. I know Uncle Lou and Pete and a lot of those guys have a different opinion of it, but they're arguing right now. Pass. Oh God! Oh my God!
Oh no! Oh no! Jackpot's sitting there like this. He's in complete disarray right now, and who can blame him? Honestly, who could blame him? I can't blame him for that. Sellers daggum threw a pick 6. Basically just kill drive the game for South Carolina. And there's the 2-point conversion right there. Clemson's now up by 14 on the Gamecocks with 3:20 left to go in the ball game. SMH shaking my head, man. Thought they might have had a chance. But they're never going to beat Clemson at home. They're always going to beat them in Death Valley for whatever unknown reason. Okay, anyway, I had to react to that real fast. Welcome, everybody. Today's a big day, of course, rivalry week, meaning that we had a lot of great games today. Not a lot of great results to go along with them. Ohio State is beating the piss out of Michigan. But then again, when you don't have an offense and you've basically been reduced to Georgia Tech without Haynes King, this is exactly what it looks like right here. Michigan is just completely dead. They have just been getting manifested, just completely wiped off the face of the earth by Ohio State's defense. And the result today proves it. No matter what happened here, even if Ohio State whipped out the talent fee in the passing game, it never was going to go in Michigan's way. So the streak will end at 4, and right now Michigan's getting whooped like they did back in the day against Ohio State. It's pretty bad. Same thing's happening with good old Schittsburg. They're getting the whooping right now from the Canes, 31-7 in that game. Again, the Canes they're having to try and prove a point because they're 12 right now. They got to win and look good doing it in order to be considered for the playoffs at this point. And they're not even guaranteed to make it at this rate. So, I mean, we'll see if the College Football Playoff Committee gives them any benefit of the doubt. Texas Tech is beating the life out of Rich Rod in West Virginia, 49-0. No competition there. There have not been a lot of blissful games today. We've had some good ones, but I mean UCF and BYU, for example, that one was pretty good for a while. UCF was up 14-0, and then now BYU is taking complete control. So no big surprise there. UCF can't hold on to a lead to save their life. It's now 31-14. Looking like they're going to get eliminated from bowl eligibility off of this one. Seems to be the outcome we're all expecting. If nothing else. We'll see. We'll keep tabs on that one. Louisville, oh my goodness. Louisville is beating the life out of Mark Stoops. 41-0 is the score right now with 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter. And not only that, but they're getting ready to score again. It might make it 49-0 before everything's said and done. Houston and Baylor is getting to be a pretty good battle, 31-24 in that battle. They just scored, so now Baylor has to go down the field and score on their own in order to keep it going. East Carolina up on FAU 42-3. Miami of Ohio up on Ball State 45-17. And then Delaware up on UTEP. Good old poor UTEP. 31-20. So that's what we got going on so far. That's what we got going on. So let me go ahead and go to the comments real fast before we get on with today's fantastic games. Vandy Pitt versus the Banks defense. Who's going to come out on top, says Alitron on the Twitch chat. I don't know. I'm leaving that up to you guys with the poll. I hope Bama wins today. I hate Auburn. I have no reason to root for Bama now, thankfully, since Texas A&M went out there and lost. So the Mouse is in the ICC championship regardless. Yeah. Oh boy, I can't wait for Tennessee to blow it in embarrassing fashion. If nobody else could do it, you best guarantee it'd be us. Ohio State destroying another Big Ten team. In other news, the sun rose and will set today. Well, it's Michigan. It's Michigan. We all know that happens once in a blue moon because Michigan has owned Ohio State for the past few years. But now the Buckeyes are at least going to advance to 12-0. And we have ourselves what's going to be a legendary Big Ten championship. Two 12-0 Goliaths, number 1 versus number 2. A Big Ten game of the century. That's going to be fun. Hey, chat, Momo here. Just wanted to pop in and say good luck to you, Squid. I'm sure you're going to be stressing over this game just as much as I am. Anchor down. Yeah, best of luck to you. Best of luck to Vandy. Hope they go out there and play the best that they can play because I want to beat you at your best. Over-under on the might. Over-under on a might in this Michigan-Ohio State game. What does that mean? I'm not following. I'll rejoin. I'm going to just skip that comment. No matter what happens today, at least this isn't Derek Mason versus Jeremy Pruitt. Damn right to that. Yeah. Sellers throwing that pick 6 pretty much killed the entire run for the Gamecocks. Seeing Jacoby Thomas pop up at Miami is one of the positions we needed the most at help it this year. That's depressing. Yeah, but thing is, he wouldn't have looked good this year. None of our DBs would have. It's the Tim Banks defense. There's only 2 guys in our defensive backfield that have actually looked consistently good, and that's been Colton Hood and, funny enough, the true freshman Ty Redmond. Everybody else has had their moments of just looking like absolute dog ass. Just praying to God Indiana beats the Buckeyes. Well, both of those teams are more than likely getting a bye, so it doesn't necessarily matter. The only thing that you can hope for in that game is that Indiana gets... I mean, that would be absolutely funny if Indiana goes 13-0, wins the Big Ten, goes into the playoffs. That would be pretty funny, but I wouldn't count on it. Fun fact, Vandy's never had a 10-win season in program history. Well, this is their shot. They've got 9 wins on the season right now, 9-2. This is absolutely their shot to get that 10th win. And they never gotten 10 wins in a bowl game either. So even if they lose this game, go to 9-3, they'll still have a shot in a bowl game. In fact, I'd go as far as to say they'd have a better shot if they went to a bowl game than trying to win this one. Since my Badgers are putrid this year, I really wouldn't mind if Indiana went and won it all. Yeah, I mean, that's one thing I can give you is that if your team is absolute dog ass, the best that you can hope for is that not one of your rivals goes on to win the Natty. Why are the Gamecocks so trash? If I had to explain to you all the reasons that's the case, we'd be here for a very long time. There's too many reasons. Too many reasons as to why the Gamecocks are trash. I can't list them all, but you know a whopping majority of them. Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. There you go. There's another score for Clemson. That's probably the kill drive right there. Adam Randall. Well, but no, it's going to get held back for a hold. Wow, holding on Clemson. Okay, so that reverses the touchdown. They're still up by 2 scores and have the ball, so more than likely they've got this one regardless. But so that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny that touchdown's going to come back. Do. Go ahead and put this game on. Interesting that this game's on ESPN rather than ABC. The bigger question is if Vandy can consistently become good. They definitely have a good head coach. They just need more talent. Yeah, I will say this. A lot of people are like, is it Pavia? Is it Diego Pavia's team or is it Clark Lee's team? And I've got a feeling we're going to find out next year, for sure. Unless if Clark Lee and Diego Pavia both leave. We know Pavia's probably gone, even though he's trying to fight for yet another year of eligibility, trying to become the next Cam McCormick. But if he does, the more accurate scenario happens and he winds up leaving to go wherever, then we're gonna find out real quick if it's his team or if it's if it's Clark Lee's team. Do you think Texas deserves to make the playoffs? No. You lose 3 games. Your quality wins shouldn't matter, especially one of those losses came to a 3-win Florida team. You don't deserve to make the playoffs if you have 3 losses. That's just what I think. The amount of losses you have has to matter more than the amount of wins you have, because I hear people crying about the schedule and man, the schedule was so hard. Like boo hoo. We wouldn't be having this conversation had you not went out and lost to a 3-win Florida team. You know what I mean? They're saying that if they didn't schedule Ohio State, that Texas would have been in the playoffs at 10-2. I doubt that. You'd probably be in the exact same spot. You didn't move down at all in the rankings the moment you lost to Ohio State. You moved like what? You moved down like what, 3 spots, if that? When you lost to Ohio State, they hardly even punished you for losing that game. But they punished the hell out of you for losing to a terrible 3-win Florida team. They punished the hell out of you for that, and deservedly so. You might be in a worse position had you not played Ohio State. But they're probably going to let him in anyway. Just because it's the Sports Center Golden Boy. And if there's anything you know about the playoffs, they love to have invitationals. But then again, they did do the smart thing last year and put SMU in over Alabama, so I guess we'll see. If your third loss is in the conference championship game, that's the only exception. But we haven't had that happen yet, and I don't think it's going to. I mean, it might happen to Alabama. If Alabama loses to their third game in the SEC championship, I don't think they deserve to be punished. It's when you lose these games in the regular season that I think you should be punished. Again, especially if you lose to a terrible team you're not supposed to lose to. Vanderbilt is not good. They're frauds. They barely beat Auburn in overtime. I mean, yeah, no, if you look at Vandy's resume overall, it's not good. Like, they have some good wins under their belt. The win over LSU, which I guess is about as good as a win as Vandy can get. Missouri. I mean, what would you say that's their best win? Missouri? I'd probably say that might be their best win. So they're suffering from Texas A&M syndrome, but they have losses to go along with that. They've won a bunch of games, but they haven't been against highly ranked opponents. I don't think they have a single win against a ranked team. This is their chance to prove that they're the real deal. What's up, Mr. Pink? Underwood just threw a pick. Yeah, no, Michigan's terrible. We all knew that this was going to happen. We just didn't want to admit it. Ohio State's way too talented to lose to Bryce Underwood. That's just the reality of the situation. Stadium filling up here in Neyland. Less than 10 minutes till kickoff. Vandy and Tennessee, two top 20 teams. Vandy fighting for the right to make the playoffs. To be honest, what's up with I just noticed the text was acting weird. Let me fix that. That and where's the Twitch chat? I also noticed that that's gone, or the YouTube chat. I just noticed that it's gone. Why is it gone? See, this is why I don't mess around with Streamlabs, because it constantly just flips out and does its own thing. I'll have to fix that real fast. Watch out, Squiddy. Vandy fans might take over Neyland. Yeah, right. They couldn't take over a tenth of Neyland. It's literally... We've seen it happen several times before where Tennessee fans have taken over their stadium. The likelihood of them coming over to take over Neyland, that was never happening. They're like, oh, we're going to checker Neyland and all that. With the Neyland takeover. Brother, you couldn't fill up one checkerboard minus 15 of them. Do. Fire Scott Strickland. I'm right there with you on that one. But that's... honestly, I think you should extend him. He's done such a great job. He's done such a phenomenal job. I think y'all should extend him. No harm in that, of course. Alright, where in the world is my chat? Not enough chaos this week. Give it some time. Give it some time. It'll work itself out. It always does. I don't know who's gonna embarrass themselves, but it's bound to be somebody. Yeah, Stream Elements won't play nice, so I might have just to manually add the chat. This is the this is so stupid. You guys, in the meantime, while I figure this out, you guys go ahead and vote in that poll to see your winner for today between Vanderbilt and Tennessee. That's a start. Do. We got 5 minutes till kickoff, and my dadgum live chat ain't wanting to play nice. I mean, are we being serious here? There we go. That'll do. That'll do for now. Is it phasing through, though? That's weird. Let me fix that. There we go. That'll do wonders for now. That'll do. That'll do. All right. Now then, now that we fixed that, we can lock in. Now we can lock in. I'm going to go put on a sweatshirt, though. Been a long time since I've whipped this one out. Been a very, very long time. But I figured at least once this season I need to go ahead and whip this one out. Now switch to the mustard costume if we make it to the goal before the end of the stream. But for now, this is what I'm gonna wear. All right. Whew. Who's ready for some chaos? You best guarantee that I am. Victory for Ohio State. Yeah, congratulations. Are they going to try and plant the flag in Michigan, the middle of Michigan Stadium? Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Billy Napier to LSU. Now that would be funny, but I don't know. We're going to find out. We're going to find out today whether or not Lane Kiffin's leaving. We're going to find out today whether or not Kiffin is actually leaving for LSU. Here we go. Tennessee's running out on the tee. Final game of the season in Neyland. So I certainly hope they show up. You know, it looks surprisingly empty. I know, for Neyland, like 80,000 people, it feels empty. Here goes our last one. At least Ohio State got that off their backs. Yeah, that was the only thing that was ruining Ryan Day's tenure at Ohio State was just the constant losses to Michigan. He remedies that by beating Michigan for the first time since 2019. Can you believe it's been that long ago, the last time Ohio State beat Michigan? Well, not anymore. Now it's only been like a couple of seconds. Why would Kiffin leave an 11-1 school to a team who almost lost to Western Kentucky? Because it's Kiffin, and money equals good. Money good, everything else bad. I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. I don't read the guy's mind. All right, let me go ahead and end this poll. See what happened here. You guys voted for the Commodores. 55% favorite of the Tennessee talent fees. Yeah, I'll tell you. I would not be the least bit shocked no matter what result happens today. Unless if it's a blowout. I don't think it's going to be a blowout. Because LSU's given up, Daizo. LSU's given up. LSU could literally not care about the position they are in. Because their season's been over for a good long time. Clemson officially beat South Carolina. First time in program history, winning 7 games after a 1-3 start. So there you go. I guess you can wear that crown on your way to the GoDaddy Bowl or whatever they wound up being in. Hopefully you won't have to use a third and banks counter. Well, we'll have to make sure to use this one. Da-da-da-da. Bubble screens. Yeah. Who doesn't love bubble screens, we all say to ourselves. And honestly, I feel like keeping the Patrick thing up there I feel like the Patrick thing right there kind of makes a lot of sense. So we're just gonna leave it there. As per always, Vandy's kicking off, and Tennessee is going to receive. This one rolls into the end zone, and it'll be a touchback. All right, well, that being said, Vandy, best of luck to you. Hoping for a good game. Clean, no injuries. Hoping for the best on both sides. May the best team win. Let's go. Let's go, offense. So we're gonna see this Tennessee offense come out here first, and hopefully they'll pan out pretty well. That's all I can really ask for.
This is life and I'm living it. This is life and I'm living it.
Well, here we go. 1st and 10, Tennessee at the 25-yard line. 4 wide set. Running back in the backfield along with Aguilar. Vandy bringing everybody up on the line right here. Expect the blitz. They're adjusting up on the line. Now 3 wide. Here's Aguilar. This is going to be a handoff straight up the middle. And they read that perfectly. Shut down, no gain at all. You know, if they're going to blitz, you might as well switch it up. You can't just do the same damn thing. They literally changed their running back set just to run it up the middle again, regardless. That's goofy. Here we go again. Now here's Aguilar. Back to throw. They're bringing pressure on the edge. He gets it off. Throws a deep bomb in a one-on-one coverage. Looking for Brazel. It's incomplete. No flag thrown. It'll be 3rd down. Tennessee fans are not happy about that, and I can't blame them. It's a little bit of a ticky-tacky PI. Maybe one I would have thrown the flag for, but you can't leave it up to ref ball in that situation. That was just not the best throw you could get. So 3rd and 11 now, 4 wide set. Vandy bringing pressure back up on the edge once again. Receivers moving in motion here. Now bringing more pressure up on the edge. Aguilar all alone. They bring a whole bunch of it. Gets off a bubble screen. Running, trying to get somewhere. Vandy rushes to him before he can get half the yardage he needs. It'll be 4th down on a 3 and out. So there's your first bubble screen of the day on a 3rd and 11. Not really much else you can do other than that. So there you got to call it what it is. And not good. Terrible, terrible start offensively to the day. And how much else you could draw it up to be. SMH shaking my head. A three and out against this defense is about as bad of a start as you can get. Now we get to see what Vandy brings onto the table. Again, we started terrible against Vandy last year too, so I'm not too worried. Here's the punt, rolling back at the 28, and that's where it'll be stopped on a fair catch. Antonio Jenkins, appreciate the 2, says, and new subscriber, enjoying the content. Go Noles. Appreciate it. Thank you. Good luck against the Gators. Hope you guys win. Really do. I would love to see y'all give Florida one of their worst seasons of program history. And in the process, you guys will get a bowl. So go out there and win it. All right. Well, here we go. Diego Pavia already feeling himself. Hasn't even thrown a pass yet. He's already feeling himself though. So we get to see him on this first drive and see what he can do. Not hard to beat a 3 and out, I can say that much. Lined up, 3 receivers out. Pavia with running backs in the backfield. 13:39 in the first quarter. Takes off the snap. Here it is. Handoff straight up the gut. Doesn't get much out of it. Tennessee holds up well in the D line. Maybe he gets 2 yards. It'd be 2nd and 8. Waiter. More screens, please. Yes. More bubble screens. Bubble screens. Yes. Bubble screens that go for maybe 3 yards a drive. They gave him an extra yard there on that run play. It'll be 2nd and 7. Gotta get to the 38. Man moving in motion here in the bunch. Takes the snap. Pavia looks. Throws on the outside. Got a man there. Rushing. Trying to get the first down. Won't get close. But he is going to get at least a 4 or 5 yards out of it. It'll be 3rd down and 3. Pavia is doing a whole lot of emotes for getting a 4-yard gain. All right, well, can they beat the 3 and out here? Let's see. 3rd down and 3, lined up in a 5-wide set. Pavia back to pass. Tennessee brings the pressure. He gets it off. Caught. 1st down. Barely enough yardage for it. How are you going to bring a blitz and then soft zone coverage to go along with it? I don't even know why I'm surprised, though. This is 3rd and Banks. First of the 3rd and Banks that we're going to see for the day. I don't know why this is a surprise to anybody. If anybody could pull that crap off, you best guarantee it'd be Tim Banks. I got to switch the multi-view here on the YouTube screen before they get set. They're getting set quick, so I'll have to wait. Bunch formation again. Man moving in motion. Here's the snap. Pavia hands it off. Got some trickery. Passes it back. Here's a run play. Got some good blocks in front. Good enough for 8 yards, and it'll be 2nd and 2. Good play right there. Gets him about 8 yards. All right, what do we got on the screen? We got a man down for Tennessee. One of the D linemen, again, down. Guess we'll put this one up there. Man down for the Volunteers. That'll take us to commercial break. 3rd and Banks counter 1. Pretty sure Vandy needs to win this to have a chance at the CFP. Oh, absolutely. Lose this game and there's no way they're making it. Win this game and they've got a decent shot. But again, ranked at 14, they're gonna need some luck to happen on their side, especially since the SEC race for the playoffs is as convoluted as it possibly can be, because they're gonna have to screw somebody. And more than likely, I will say this, if you're a Texas fan, you're absolutely rooting for Tennessee, because if Vandy wins this game, you've got a 0% chance of making the playoffs. Because that means, here's what the SEC in the playoffs will look like. It's going to be, we already know for a fact that the locks are Texas A&M, Ole Miss, Alabama, and Georgia. All 4 of those teams are locks. Right there on the bubble, you got Oklahoma. More than likely they're in, if they lose. Which, if they don't, then they're probably in. So you've got 5 teams off the bat right there. Then you've got to go down between Vandy and Texas. If Vandy wins this game, I'd say they're going to be in it over Texas, because there's no way in hell they're putting in 7 SEC teams in the dadgum playoffs. Phoenix, appreciate the 2, says, what's up, Squid? I guess Brett Key is our last hope. Last hope of what? What Brett Key about to do? Brett Key had his shot. Failed miserably. Appreciate the 2, though. Who do you think will win between? If you're talking about us, I think Tennessee is going to win this game, but they're giving us a hell of a fight right now. We'll see how it pans out, but right now, yeah, no, this is a struggle fest so far. Got to keep track of the stats, too. Can't forget that. No matter how much I want to. Missouri scored, by the way. Up 6-0 over the Razorbacks. Oh, golly. Just realized Wisconsin, Minnesota's on. Out of all the games that you could be watching right now, who's actually going to torture themselves by watching that pile of AIDS, I wonder? Oh, my goodness. If you should not be... I question you as a fan if you're watching that with all these other games going on. There's a possibility that Bama loses today. Now, if Bama loses, then they're done. If Bama loses to Auburn, then they're done. They're not making the playoffs. Because they won't make the SEC championship, and the rest of it is pretty much confirmed at that point onward. Here we go on 2nd and 3. Line up in a 4-wide set. Man moving in motion. Pavia going to hand it off. It's a play action. No, it is a handoff. Direct snap off the handoff. Good enough for the first. So it'll be 1st and 10 from the 48-yard line. Need Auburn to cause some chaos tonight. Yeah, the entire thing just becomes in disarray if Auburn winds up winning. I think the most profitable solution would be just to kick Bama out and then leave the rest of it up to whatever else happens. That's about the best thing you can do. Okay, looks like they're gonna call him short. Not good enough for the first, but they're 1 yard away, literally an inch away from converting. Expect a run play. No, it's going to be an outside run. Good trickery. Breaks a tackle, breaks another one, gets all the way down inside the 35-yard line. It's a first down and a whole lot more for the Commodores. Tennessee fans they're already calling this game. Literally, they're already calling it. It's already over. It's been 5 minutes and the game's already over. I mean, are we serious? If Alabama goes 10-3 by losing the SEC championship, will Alabama go to the playoffs? I think they will. It might change whether or not they go on the road or stay at home, but they're not going to punish them that much by losing in a conference championship. Rolling out of the pocket. Here's Pavia. Throws late. Got a man. First down. A little bit more past the 20. Still going. Gets all the way inside the 15-yard line. Wide open man. Tim Banks, dumbass, once again caught doing the zone coverage. Bend but don't break, but make sure they get 15 yards of play. God, why do you still have a job? Honestly, why do you still have a job? You've been doing this all daggum season long, and the only teams that have not been able to figure it out have been shit-ass Florida, and then that's the end of the list. Like, even like ETSU has figured that out. Nobody. I mean, like, you're leaving these guys wide open. Here we go. 1st and 10 from the 14-yard line. 4-wide set. Here's Pavia again on a handoff. No, it's a pass play. Over the middle, incomplete. Good pass protection there. Thankfully. And Andre Turrentine for once finally made a good play. 2nd down and 10 coming up. I mean, that's the Tim Banks way. Bend but don't break. Let him get all the way down to the goal line and then start playing defense. Absolutely ridiculous. Don't play defense in any capacity until they reach the red zone, and then you start actually trying. And then just hope that maybe, just maybe, they don't figure it out. Here we go. 2nd and 10 from the 14. Man moving in motion. Pavia got on the handoff. Direct run on the outside. Big loss on the rush play. Loss of about 7 yards, but hold up, we do have a penalty, and this could come back on us. Whipping out the pool noodles for this revelation right here. What do we got? Well, I didn't get a read on it. Looked like an illegal formation though. It's going to be on Vandy, so it's going to be 3rd and very long for the Commodores here. 3rd and 17. The good news about this 3rd down and 17 is that it's not in the middle of the field, so there's no way Tim Banks can add everybody 80 yards back like he always does. Unless if he just sends them off into the tunnel. Here we go. 3rd down and 17. They're at the 21. They've got to get all the way to the 4 to convert this one. Basically, this is going to be a shot to the end zone if nothing else. Here on the end around, here's Pavia. Throws. End zone shot. Picked off. Intercepted inside the 5. Did he pass that to Ty Redmond? Was that an option play to Redmond? Yes, it was. That was crazy. I've never seen that. He picked it off and then lateraled it to Ty Redmond, and he took it for another 15 yards. But hold on a second. We do have another penalty flag. So, I don't know. It looked like a flag after the play, so it might be an illegal pass by the DB. I don't know. What are they going to call it? What has ref ball got whipped up this time? They're trying to make the dadgum game all about themselves. Let's see what they whip up. Yeah, there was no way third and banks was happening there. All right, well, as I expected, that was an illegal forward pass because that wasn't a lateral. But it's still it's going to be Tennessee ball, but it's going to be Tennessee ball deep in our own territory. Good heads up play by the safety there though. And decent attempt to get that ball off, but yeah, that was forward. But that wasn't even, funny enough, that shouldn't have even been a forward pass. If you let that hit the ground, that counts as a fumble. Then it's perfectly legal. So if nothing else, that was on Redmond, but he made a hell of a play there. Just one of those things you can't do in college. That's just how it is. Yeah, I don't know. That looks to me like he popped the ball out. That looks to me like the ball just popped out. He didn't even pass it. The ball just popped out on the tackle. That should have been ruled a fumble. I don't know what they're doing. How is that a forward pass when the ball was just popped out? These SEC refs, man. I mean, this is the worst era of ref ball I've ever dadgum seen in my life. They don't have an agenda, but they're clearly lacking a few brain cells. A little insane in the membrane. Oklahoma already got a turnover over LSU, so there's that game. They are going to review this to check this out to see whether or not it was an illegal forward pass or a fumble. It'll be all the difference because if it is an illegal forward pass, we're probably going to be starting from our 2-yard line. Going to be a 3 and out more than likely. If it isn't, we're probably we're going to be at our own 20, and then we'll have a lot more to do. Maybe we make two plays before a bubble screen that puts us on a 3 and out. We'll see. Here it is. It was ruled a fumble. The call was overturned. Tennessee's going to get the ball at the 20. Maybe a little insane in the membrane, but at least it corrected your mistake. Is upholding a tradition of SEC ref ball not an agenda? No, because this is the worst year of ref ball in general. A bunch of Big Ten fans can tell you all about it too. And the ACC fans especially can tell you all about it. Go watch a Miami game and it'll tell you all you need to know about that. Oklahoma got a turnover immediately after LSU got one and returned it to the goal line. Because yes. All right, here we are from the 20. Going to be a handoff to start. Up the gut. Good enough for about 6 or 7 yards. I think they're thumbing. Tee! Tee! Gave him 6. Here's 2nd and 4. On the pass play, Aguilar taking a deep bomb once again in double coverage, overthrown and incomplete. It'd be 3rd down and 4. Looking for Mike Matthews. That was just a deep bomb just to say screw it and see what happens. Now you've got some stuff to figure out here on 3rd down and 4, Heupel. Whip me up something good here, Hazel. They listed you as a possible Broyles finalist. Show that you have the potential. 3 wide receivers out. Vandy, of course, bringing a bunch of pressure once again, trying to get to Aguilar. A little bit of an adjustment on the line. Matthews moving in motion. Here's the snap. Back to throw. Here's Aguilar over the middle. Slight route complete. 1st down and a bit more. Past the 40. There's Braylon Staley on the catch. The few times that he actually learns how to catch the football, he's good. He's really, really good. Gets all the way to the 44-yard line. Here he goes again. Aguilar takes the bubble screen over to Staley. Breaks a tackle. Slides down after getting about 5 yards on the play. We got our 2nd bubble screen of the day. 2 bubble screens within the first however many minutes. Like what, 8 minutes? We're on a roll so far, aren't we? Second down and 4, 3 receivers out. Going to be another handoff. Up the gut. Got a lot of space for this one. Breaks a few tackles. Deshaun Bishop gets about 20 yards on that one, and Tennessee's now in field goal range. Hell yeah. Moving in all margins right now. Keep it up. Keep it up. Well, I would say keep it up, but we got a Vandy player down. I'd like for them to go to replay every time you see a Vandy player go down. I want to see what this looks like. I can barely hear my screen. I can barely hear the TV, but it sounded to me like you had some Tennessee fans in the stand booing. And if that's the case, then obviously some of them think that this is a fake injury. Not that I'm thinking it's a fake injury. I just want to see what it is, because you know, back in the day when you were at Ole Miss, you know, you had Jackson Dart. Well, I mean, you guys remember from the old College Football Chaos intro. Jackson Dart. Hey, go down, go down. Oh, oh, oh. If the rumors are true, that means Lane Kiffin's going to be heading to Knoxville again. Because LSU is going to be playing in Knoxville next year. So we're going to get a whole lot of that. Don't tell me to just watch a Miami game. That's rude. My bad. That is cruel. Don't watch anything the ACC produces, especially on the CW. Here we go. First down and 10. This one all the way to the 32-yard line. A lot of motion up on the line. 2 receivers out on the outside. Now 3. Here's Aguilar. Going to be a handoff. Straight up the middle once again. Vandy reads this one. Doesn't matter. He breaks a few tackles. And there's Deshaun Bishop making a play out of nothing. Dude, there were 3 Vandy guys who had his ass way behind the line. And he said, ran all the way into the red zone. And now that's where Tennessee finds themselves at the 17-yard line here on 1st and 10. 3 receivers out once again. Adjustments being made up on the line once again. Going to hold off on the play. Man moving in motion. Davis to the outside. Here on the play, there's another bubble screen. This one to Staley once again. No blockers in front. He's pushed out of bounds at the line of scrimmage. Okay, yeah, man. They're bubble screen, bubble screen, bubble screen, bubble screen. We got to do a little bit more than just bubble screens. Come on now. There's your 3rd one of the day. We're on track for a new record if this keeps up. I think our record is 12. Here we go. 1st and 10. 3 receivers out once again. Gonna be Aguilar throwing on the outside. Another dadgum bubble screen to Staley. This time to the right. Good enough for 5 yards, but we just threw another freaking bubble screen. Back to back. There's number 4 on the day. We're doing a great job right now. If Tennessee wins, y'all got to do a victory podcast with Red. Yeah, we call that the FBS report. Here's 3rd and 4. 4 receivers out for Tennessee. A little bit more adjustments on the line, taking a breath. All right, here we go. Ball snapped. It's a direct quarterback run by Aguilar. Got some blockers in front. Good enough to get the 1st down. Pushed out at the 3. Nice. Good play. Good play. I thought for a second they were going to go right back to the bubble screen. It was an option play, but instead of handing it off, he just took the keeper. Here's on the snap once again. Going to be a direct running back run. He loses the football. Thankfully, Bishop recovers it. Bobbled the snap and fumbled it. Bishop, thankfully, there recovers the football. Going to be a loss of 2, and we'll be back at the 5. He was just thinking about running. Football popped right out on the slightest touch. That's like what happens in the video games. 75-yard drive so far. Just got to get the last 5. Here's 2nd and goal. Going to be another handoff for Bishop. Pushes to about the 2. So it's going to be 3rd and goal. 2 yards to go. If you don't get this, do you actually go for it? Or do you kick the head school field goals? At the high school, you kick the high school field goals. See what they've got. See what they've got whipped up here. On 3rd and goal. Straight up the middle again. Good push. Good enough, though? I believe so. And yes, it is, gentlemen. There you go. Touchdown, Tennessee! As slow and methodical as a drive as you can literally possibly get, that overturned call at the start of the drive pretty much made all the difference, and Tennessee is the first one in this game to score. They might review it to see where he was down, but it doesn't look like they're going to stick with it. They're just going to call him in. Thank goodness, because if we had to review that one, we'd be here all night. The SEC refs wouldn't know what to do with themselves. We do have a man down on the play, though. Another Tennessee offensive lineman is down. We can't catch a break. We literally cannot catch a break with the injuries, I'm telling you. This dude has already got he's already got 2 knee braces on him, and now he's down again. Just can't catch any luck with that. Hope he's okay. Real game of the century starts at 3:30. It is... Brother, it's 4 o'clock. What are you talking about? Yeah, and we had 3 bubble screens on that drive. By the way, we still made it work out. That's hilarious. By the way, big announcement: Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss athletic director Keith Carter are set to meet around 3 p.m. Central Time today. Guys, he's gone. I'm telling you, he's gone. I'm telling you, there's no way after all of these theatrics that he's gonna announce, "Oh, I'm staying." No, he's gone. That's your new coach, LSU. Have fun with that. Wendell Moe, walking but struggling to do so. He might be out for the rest of the game. Hope he's okay, though. He's already on 2 leg braces, man. I kind of need Vandy to keep Texas out, Squidtard. Yeah, I think you're out. I think you're out of luck there, buddy. I'm sorry to tell you. Sorry to tell you. This is a lose-lose scenario for Texas. If Vandy wins this game, that means Vandy's making the playoffs over Texas. Probably confirming any shot that they don't make it. If they lose, there goes Texas's most quality win. Well, except for Oklahoma. They'll have the Oklahoma win, but that's what they get. That's what they got. Here's the extra point to go up by a full touchdown. It is good. 7-0 game here in Knoxville. Swamp Ass Bowl. Yeah, the Swamp Ass Bowl. 3 p.m. Central. Yeah. People really making fun of me for shit talking Vandy like they've been shit talking the Vols all season. Oh, yeah. Yeah. This is what they get. This is what they get. No matter who wins this game, somebody's going to be hearing about it. That's what we all know for real. Somebody's going to be hearing about it. If we lose, we're going to hear it all off season. If they lose, they're going to hear about it all off season. And that's how it should be. Because back in the day when Vandy was an absolute train wreck at football and didn't know their head from their own sphincter in any capacity, there were no fans to brag or talk to, except for Jared. My good buddy Jared, the Vandy fan. He's been around here for a while, if you guys know who I'm talking about. But he's the same dude a couple of years ago who was saying outlandish shit like Vandy's going to win 7 games, and then they'd go and they'd win 2. And then he's like, well, if this and 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 even this happened, Vandy wins 7 games. I always gave him hell for it. But he's a good dude. I'm glad he had a successful year. Phoenix, appreciate the 2, says, I meant Key being Auburn's last hope in the coaching search. Oh, okay. He's not, still. I think Auburn has a few options. But if Auburn got Brent Key, That would be a pretty good move. But I mean, Brett Key has made it all too clear, kind of like Clark Lee, that he is a man of the university he's at right now. He's committed to Georgia Tech until he isn't. So until the day that he leaves, I'm gonna take his word for it and believe him on that. I don't believe Kiffin because he's proven that he's not a man of his word based on what he says. He said he was committed to Tennessee 100% back when he was here at Knoxville. And then all of a sudden, ooh, Southern Cal. Wow. Speaking of blue moons, Oklahoma just had a deep pass play from Mateer. You never see that. Never see that in any capacity, but they just did so. Got him all the way past midfield. Big run play for Washington. They're putting up a hell of a fight against the Duckies right now. I'm glad this game is at the final stretch of the season. Because Oregon-Washington's always a good rivalry to watch. Here goes moving in motion. Going to be a handoff. Up the middle. Decent little push for about 4 or 5 yards. They're only down 3-0 right now, but they're driving. Again, though, they're going to have to play at that full capacity for most of the game. Because Southern Cal, they got gassed out after the second quarter. You can't do that. You can't do that against this Ducky team, against this Ducky squad. When Dante Moore is hot, he's going to make you pay for it. By the way, this is the first meeting ever between these two programs, Vandy and Tennessee, where both teams are ranked. That is absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. 150-something years of this matchup, and this is the first time both teams are meeting as ranked teams. All right, well, here we go. Here's the kickoff. Strolls all the way down, rolls into the end zone, and that's a touchback. Rooting for Michigan to beat whatever swamp-ass SEC team they play, but it might be us. You might be playing us in the ReliQuest Bowl. If we win this game, we're going to be sitting at 9-3. Probably, we're either going to be ReliQuest or we're going to be Citrus. One of the two. It's going to be the highest bowl game you can get as a non-playoff SEC team, because they're not going to give it to Vandy. Because we're going to have the head-to-head. So it might be Michigan. Either way, we're going to be facing against the top Big Ten team that doesn't make the playoffs, and it's probably going to end up being Michigan. 1st and 10 here for Vandy, right at the 25-yard line. 3 receivers out to the right. Tennessee bringing a blitz. It's going to be a direct quarterback snap for Diego Pavia, and he goes down directly at the line of scrimmage. I would love Tennessee-Michigan. They've only faced off against them once, and it was a blowout. I think it was in the Citrus Bowl, ironically enough, back in like 2002 or something. Tennessee played Michigan and blew them out. Wasn't even a competition. So Tennessee has had their fair share of luck against Big Ten teams. Saw them last time against Iowa. Took care of business there. They did the same thing against Northwestern, who was ranked 10 spots above them back in 2015. 2nd and 10 for Vandy here. Got to get to the 35-yard line to convert. 4 receivers out. Pavia tries to run away from the pressure. He will. All guys around him able to get it off last second. Dumps it off. Got a lot of yardage in front. Still running. Gets all the way to the 49-yard line because Tennessee can't tackle for shit. And if he can't tackle, then he's going to get about 20 yards because all of Tennessee's DBs are in a daggum another country. Back on the pass play, Pavia once again throws early, and it's incomplete. Tennessee brought good pressure that time, and they finally caught up to him. But, man, that is some frustrating soft zone coverage. That plus the daggum scoop tackles. Even the defensive linemen can't. Yeah, they keep doing the scoops. Stop doing the scoops. SMH shaking my head. We got a man down for Tennessee. Looks like Turrentine is feeling a little hurt. Vandy kind of plays like Georgia Tech, but better and more unlikable. Not necessarily, because Vandy has talent outside of Diego Pavia. They would not be where they are right now if Diego Pavia was the only piece of talent on their squad. That's not the case with Georgia Tech. It's Haynes King or bust. If Haynes King's not having a good day, Georgia Tech just they turn into whatever mid pile of trash AC. They become a higher grade Syracuse. I'll say that because we see what happens the moment Steve Angeli went down for Syracuse. They went from a half decent ACC team to literally bottom of the barrel level poverty. They're going to be competing with Boston College today for what will probably be the worst team in the Power Four. I'd say whichever team loses that game would probably be a loser to Oklahoma State. They're that bad. Yeah, Eli Stowers is great. Eli Stowers is good. Vandy's got some decent wide receivers. They've got talent around Pavia. That is not other than Jamal Haynes. Haynes King it's him, and then whatever pile of aides they trot out there on the defense. Classic Tennessee scoop that does absolutely nothing. No, you don't get it. It scares them. Whenever they do the scoop and scoop for the legs, it scares it scares them enough that they get more yards. It's all part of the plan. That's the Tim Banks philosophy, though. You let them get 80 yards down the field, and then when they're at the goal line, that's when you start playing defense. Why not Virginia's Tony Elliott for Auburn? Looks good in orange. I would very much hold off on that. No, that would not be a good hire. Remember, Tony Elliott, this has been a good year for Tony Elliott, but a lot of it has been due to the fact that they got an absolute gem in Chandler Morris. I'm telling you, you can't forget all the other years that he's spent at Virginia, which are absolutely awful. He was on the hot seat entering this season. I just want to remind you that. He was on the hot seat entering this year. I'm waiting patiently for an announcement. It's only going to be a matter of time. Squid, quick question. What editing software do you use? Adobe Premiere. I use Premiere for all my video editing, and then I use Photoshop for all my thumbnails. All right, well, here we go. 2nd and 10 for the Commodores at the 49-yard line. 4 wide set for Vandy. Here's Pavia rolling out. Got some receivers in front. Now he's going to throw. Got a man caught. First down. Soft zone coverage. Ball pops out late at the end. Still rolling. Then it's recovered by Vandy. Going to get some extra yardage out of that all the way inside the 30. Literally best case scenario for Vandy right there. Wow. They tried to scoop the football too. Did you see that? They did to the football like they did to the legs. That's how they tackle. This is how they tackle. Soft zone coverage gets beat again. Here we are right back at the red zone. Here's Pavia. Going to hand this ball off. Up, straight up the gut. Lost a yardage right there. Loss of about 1. Going to be 2nd and 11. Beating Florida in the swamp might have been as good as it was, because now I believe in Josh Heupel again. We know for a fact Tim Banks ain't going nowhere. we know for a fact Tim Banks is not going anywhere, no matter how bad the defense looks. Although I will say, defense has steadily improved ever since Boo Carter's departure. Almost like he was a liability in the locker room or something. Crazy how that works. 2nd and 11. 4 receivers out again for the Commodores. Tennessee bringing up a bunch of safeties as much as they can, as much pressure as they can. Big run on the outside. Nobody in front. Green grass up ahead. And an easy, untouched touchdown for Vandy. Cedric Alexander, nobody around him. They broke through the line. Tennessee tried to get him through the blitz, and Vandy made him pay for it. Perfectly executed, 28-yard rush. Ay, ay, ay. That was just a great play of Cedric Alexander. You can't chop it up to anything but that. Well, I don't know why Edris Farouk, he cut on the outside. He was so far on the outside. Who was he going to block there? I don't get it. I don't get it. It's just lack of execution. Lack of execution and a defensive coordinator that lets it happen every single game. Off the extra point, we're tied up at 7 apiece. Ooh, all right, lock back in. Legend has it that if Auburn wins today, DJ Durkin would get the full-time job. Now that would be funny. That would be really funny. That would just pretty much confirm another decade of dysfunction for the barn. Squid, not sure if you addressed the rumor that Kalen DeBoer is going to leave Alabama for Penn State. I haven't because I never heard it up until now. No official sources have claimed that there was anything between them and him and Penn State. So every time I hear something like that, I just assume that some random account on Twitter was dangling it around as some sort of engagement bait, and people fell for it. Kickoff rolling out of the outside into the end zone, and it's a touchback. All right, well, Tennessee will get this ball back, tied up at 7 apiece. Platum 41, appreciate the $5 super chat, says, shout out to Yale for winning their first playoff game for the Ivy League by scoring 21 unanswered points against Youngstown State. This is the first playoff game. This is the first time the Ivy League has made the playoffs, yeah. It's not just their first playoff game, it's the first time the Ivy League has made it. So shout out to Yale, yeah. Appreciate the 5. Thank you. All right. Tied up at 7 apiece. 58 seconds left to go in the first quarter. 3 wide set here at the 25-yard line. A little bit of adjustment up on the line. Man moving in motion. Receivers cutting up the middle a bit. Here on the handoff, straight up the gut. Vandy makes him pay for it. I don't know why y'all keep doing that. I mean, I swear. You can't run it up the middle every first down. They saw it coming. Everybody saw it coming. Your offensive line can't shut down 29 people because everybody knows what you're going to do on first down. Here's the pass play on second down. I almost said Pavia. That's Aguilar. Gets it off to Staley. Gets about 7 yards out of it. It'd be 3rd down and 3. Ay. All right, 3rd down, clock going down. This is probably the final play of the first quarter. $11 seconds left to go. Here's Aguilar on the pass play, rolling out, gets it off. 1st down, a little bit more, still running past the 45, going past the 50. Ethan Davis over the middle gets there to pass the 50-yard line, but there's a flag that came in late. And what could that possibly be, I wonder? It looks to be on Tennessee, of course. So I can only imagine what this is going to be. Face mask. Face mask penalty on Ethan Davis. Going to take back that big gain, and we're going to be... Yeah, there goes the freaking drive. There it goes. Ticky-tacky play. That's a very ticky-tacky flag to call. I wish you could see it. We're not going to be able to, though, so now it's going to be 3rd and long. Clock runs out. So that'll end the first quarter. Tennessee's going to be stuck on a 3rd and long heading into the second. Just wonderful. Just wonderful. Dumbass ref trying to screw things over for everybody. Dadgummit, dude. I hate Jeff Sims. Squiddy, what are your thoughts on Jed Fish from Washington to Florida? It's looking more and more like a likely outcome, considering that Jed Fish does indeed have ties to the Gators. But let me tell you something. If I'm Florida, I'm not wanting that, because you're just out again. There's only a handful of coaches that are actually safe to hire for Florida, and I don't think Jed Fish is one of them. The dude got beat by Wisconsin for, I mean, like let's be real here. And when Jed Fish came into Washington, he inherited a good program. Washington had just gotten off their trip to the national championship, and ever since their transition to the Big Ten, they just haven't looked strong. I mean, they look good. They've got a decent record. They're 8-3 right now, but more often than not, they find ways to blow it. Scott Crawford, appreciate the 2, says OHIO. Congratulations on the win, buddy. Congratulations on shutting down that streak. It was bound to happen at some point, especially since Michigan has no offense to even see or think of. They got the dadgum pedestrian offense. Dude, it's first down, not third and long. I thought whenever you get a face mask penalty that it's not after the play. The face mask is something that happens in play, so that would be third down. I guess we're due to find out once the game gets back on. It feels so good to beat Michigan. I bet. Celebrate it. But don't forget, now you get to go transition into the playoffs, or more importantly, the Big Ten Championship. Big 12 champion is set. Texas Tech versus BYU, a rematch. Oh boy. That's going to be a game right there. I expect BYU to have a little bit more of a good plan in mind. Daiso, appreciate being a member of Tardaria for 9 months. Says Jacksonville State versus Western Kentucky getting real interesting. That is a really interesting game because that's basically for dominion over the Conference USA. 31 all in the third quarter. Yeah, that's a game. We might have to turn that one on pretty soon. Scott Crawford, celebrate being a member for 1 month. Appreciate it. Thank you. Says, love you, Squiddy. Love you too, pal. Thank you. Okay, so it is first down. All right, wonderful. Spectacular. All right. So it is a first down. This one at the 39, 5 wide set. On the run play, it's going to be a handoff straight up the middle. It's a 4 wide set, actually, my bad. But it's Bishop up the gut. Gets about 7 yards, maybe 6. Yes, 2nd and 4. From the 42, going to be a pass play. Aguilar, plenty of time to throw. He does get it off. Well overthrown. Trying to throw the high pass to somebody in double coverage, but it's incomplete now to be 3rd down and 4. Not exactly what we were looking for, but that's okay. That's all right. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Joey. I don't know why he threw. I don't know unless if you're 8 feet tall, who's catching that? Trying to throw up to Zach Edey. He ain't there. Foul. 3rd down and 4 in the 4 wide set. Aguilar rolls out of the pocket. They bring all kinds of pressure. Too much for him. He goes down with a big sack, and Tennessee is going to give up the ball once again. We have no legitimate way to counter this. They're bringing 7 people or 6 people on every single rush. They're bringing up all the linebackers on a blitz every single time. We have no way to counter it. Our offensive linemen are just completely flabbergasted. All right, well, here's the punt. This one's kicked. Sails all the way to the 20, where it's taken at around the 22-yard line. All right, time for Tim Banks. Yay! Woo! Do you suspect Tennessee will have to get out? Well, we never got in. We can't get out of the playoffs if we never got in. And we're bowl eligible, so we can't get out either. And nobody in the coaching staff is getting out either. Don't forget that. Heupel is loyal, very, very loyal to all of his coordinators. What are your thoughts on Sam Levitt coming to Tennessee? Well, if Aguilar returning for another season, yeah, bring in Sam Levitt for a year. I would love to let Faison Brandon come and learn under that system. I don't want him starting in his first year, his freshman year at Tennessee. I want him to start eventually, but not right now. All right, well, here we go. Man moving in motion here. 3-wide set for Vandy. Pavia on the snap. Looking, throws, off the bat, got a man complete. Soft zone coverage beat again. Big run here, first down, past the 50. He got 30 dadgum yards out of that in the soft zone coverage. Holy shit, Tim Banks, you are absolute dog ass. I'm so daggum sick of you. Please, leave! Leave! Look at how far back Colton Hood was playing. And then when he got up there, he couldn't even catch him. What the fuck was he doing? Get his ass out. Over the middle, big pass play again, complete. Whole lot of yardage, another leg tackle, first down, a whole lot more. They're already in the dadgum red zone, man. Absolutely pathetic. Absolutely pathetic, dude. Holy crap, they're already inside the 10 off of 2 plays. Unbelievable. First and goal, 4 receivers out for Vandy. 5 wide now. Here's Pavia over the middle, batted down, incomplete. We got a flag though. I don't know what this is about, but that whole thing was hard to watch. It's a false start on Vandy. Is going to pin him back 5 yards, first and 15. I don't understand. This is just so dadgum pathetic, man. Why is Colton Hood playing if that's the best he can do? Playing 10, 15 yards off of the receiver like Tim Banks told him to, but whenever he gets his chance to go in for the tackle, he just lets him on by. Oh, there he goes. Bye. Like an idiot. First and goal from the 14-yard line. "12 minutes left to go in the second quarter. Rolling out of the pocket. Pavia, plenty of time to throw. Breaks 1 tackle. Gets out all the way to the 3. And now it's second and goal from the 3. I mean, soft zone coverage. How we play? Can somebody explain to me how we were playing soft zone coverage from our own freaking 15? Can somebody explain that to me? How is that humanly possible? Are we that dadgum brain dead? Look, everybody's playing behind. They're out of bounds. Who are they covering? Sick to my stomach. Dadgum, somebody do something. Second and goal. 11:47 left to go. Clock going down. Handoff. Right up the middle. Broken tackle on the outside. Untouched. Literally untouched. Not even a single man in sight. Touchdown, Commodores. I just don't get it, dude. Just sick to my stomach. I mean, this is so pathetic. This defense is absolutely just. This defense is dog shit. It is. It's straight up liquid diarrhea. Liquid Taco Bell Chipotle diarrhea. Ty Redmond's the only player that literally shows up weeks on end. Everybody else on this roster is absolute dog shit. And the coordinator that's teaching them is dog shit too. Scott Crawford, appreciate the 2, says, sorry, but go Vandy. 20th time I've heard that this week. And also go Tennessee. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you. Thank you for the 2. Yeah, Tim Banks Masterclass. Yeah, really. Just, the soft zone coverage, man. How can you blitz, but then put everybody back in soft zone? They literally got them covering nobody. They're standing there out of bounds, covering nobody. If there's ever a wide receiver that cuts into the end zone, nobody's going to be there to cover him at all, because we've got our DBs literally outside of the stadium. What kind of personnel formation is that? Like, what formation are we whipping up there? Shit ourselves and die? Great formation, Tim. Great job, Timmy. Every time they show him in the press box, it looks to me like he's just trying to figure out what flavor of ice cream he's going to eat after the game. I literally cannot stand watching him in that press box anymore because it just looks like he doesn't want to be there. And I don't want him there either. Nobody does. Scott Crawford, appreciate the 10. Thank you, buddy. Says, I love both these teams, so I can't choose. Then root for the good game. That's what I would do in that given circumstance. If there's no prerogative for me, if there's no reason to root for either team, then at that point you just root for the good game. Yeah, the DBs are all playing on dadgum Xbox 360 controllers 12 years behind their expiration date. Literally every time they get out there, it disconnects and they fall flat on their face. I don't understand how the product of our defense could go from one of the most elite in the country to this pile of shit in 1 year. It doesn't make sense, but then you realize the talent doesn't make the coordinator. When you realize that, everything comes to fruition. If James Pierce and the best defensive line in the country doesn't exist last year, that defense looks a whole lot different, I can tell you that much. Lil Bats, appreciate the 2, says, sorry, anchor down. Now the 21st time I've heard that this week. Still love you too. Thank you for your donation. Thank you. Hope we get to that mustard costume goal. Then I won't be the only clown wearing orange. I can join the rest of the defense. All right, well, just as quickly as we went up, we're now down 14-7. Let's see how quickly we can go 3 and out here. Ball sails out of bounds. Touchback for Tennessee is going to be at the 25-yard line. One thing is Aguilar's got to get a whole lot more calm than what he's standing at now. He looks really rattled out there. I think that defensive line pressure is really getting to him. Well, at least he's not Nico. That's something I can say. All right, well, here we go. 1st and 10. Pass play for Aguilar. Throws on the outside. Screen play. It's caught. Well, that's not necessarily a screen. That's just an end-around play to Morris. I'm not going to count that one. It's good enough for about 4 yards, though. It's going to be 2nd and 6. Going to be a handoff? No. Pass play on the RPO on the outside. That is a screen. That one's to Mike Matthews. Connects for a good first down and then some. That is 100% a bubble screen. 5th one of the day. Thank goodness we have a guy who can break tackles. Otherwise, my goodness. 1st and 10, 3 wide set. Receivers all the way to other end zones. Or red zones, I mean. Or out of bounds. You get what I'm saying, to the sidelines. Here's a handoff, push up the middle, good for about 4 yards. Scott Crawford, appreciate the 2, says, Squid, do you think Texas should go to the CFP? No. You lose 3 games, you shouldn't. Here's Aguilar taking a deep bomb. He is going to go for the one-on-one. Wide open, man. Chris Brazzell, literally nobody in sight. And in no time flat, just as the Tennessee offense is supposed to do, 52-yard touchdown for Tennessee. The neutralizer, Chris Brazzell, comes through in the clutch. Aguilar throws a perfect bomb. And if the defense won't show up today, you best guarantee the offense will. That's at least one thing we can count on. Good play, good play. They can't cover him. At least we have that going on our side. Off the PAT, tied back up here, 14 apiece. Bro, he straight up got caught lacking. Straight up. Brazzell was running. He was still looking over on the sidelines. Terrible play by Taylor right there. Obviously not prepared. That's the type of shit I see our DBs doing. Great. Figured it'd be a shootout. Well, that's more entertaining than anything else. At least it isn't a low-score defensive game. LSU and Oklahoma tied up at 3 apiece. LSU just kicked the field goal. Oklahoma's in no matter how much they win this game. Now, if they lose, that's a whole different thing. If Oklahoma loses this game, they're out. In answering that super chat from earlier, Scott, I don't think they should be in. I don't think Texas should be in, no matter what. That's all I could really say about that. We asked with the $50 super chat. Thank you, buddy. Thank you so much. Thank you. I guess I'll be hitting the Squiddy. He says, I'm Nick Boraz for clarity. I can't change the name for 4 more days. Well, I'll be a live Tardarian correspondent next week for the Big Ten Championship. Sister is an IU grad. Oh, nice. Now that Ohio State did their part, nothing says an early Christmas gift like number 1 versus number 2. Hell yeah. Game of the century in the Big Ten. So that's going to be a hell of a fight. Oh, it still says ×1. That's funny. All right, we'll leave that blank then. All right. But yeah, thank you very much for the $50 super chat. Very generous gift of you. Now here's your gritty for you. The Squiddy, I mean. Silly me, I called it the gritty. What's wrong with me? Red foot crit. Ooh. 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 Perfect time, too, because now I actually feel good about hitting the gritty. Washington's slipping here. They just gave up a touchdown to Oregon. It's 10-0. This is a good return, though. Past the 30, still running. Gets down around the 45-yard line. That's a great start. If they don't make any points out of this, then you could probably just solidify it from that point onward. Because if they can't score when they start the drive at the 45, safe to say that they're not going to score pretty much anything anytime soon. Well, you know ESPN's on when somewhere in the corner of the screen you see analysts talking about the Lane Kiffin job. How can they do this after all? How can they keep up all of this talk about speculation about blah, 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 blah? I mean, how can they keep that up? I can only talk about the Lane Kiffin situation for a handful of time before I'm like, all right, this is boring now. You know what I mean? Scott Crawford, yes sir, with the $50 super chat coming through in the clutch. Are we doing 50s now? Please do more. Or unless you want to do hundreds or thousands. That would be greatly supportive of the Squidtard brand. But thank you so much. Are we doing 50s now? Muck Fishigan. The 4-year drought is over. Eat shit, Wolvar Wieners. Cheers to that, I suppose. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the generous 50. Greatly appreciate it. I wish nothing but bad things for Squiddy today. Thank you for the support. Somebody's not feeling good. Somebody's not feeling good about their program. Sad face. All right, well, here we go. Here comes the Commodores' next drive. They've already got 200 yards in the day. Time for another Tim Banks masterclass. Let's see what tomfoolery he brings out here. So from 1st and 10, lined up in the bunch formation. 4 receivers out for the Commodores. Pavia gonna hand this ball off. No, he takes it for himself. Deep bomb, one-on-one situation, picked off! Intercepted by the one man who consistently shows up on the defense. The true freshman, Ty Redmond. Elite pass protection. Tried to test the freshman, and the freshman gives you one of these. I wish nothing but bad things for Squiddy today. Let's go, Vandy. Anchor down. Hey, what happened? What happened, buddy? I'm not gonna say nothing else. I'm not gonna say nothing else. We tend to throw these things, so that's all. Oh my goodness. Gritty to that. I say right foot. All right, here goes Tennessee on the first drive. Hey, quit spamming in the chat. Anyway, first down, pass play, over to Matthews, gets a good one. It's about good for about 7 yards, maybe. Just sort of depends on where they spot that ball. Oh, that's crazy. Minnesota just scored a touchdown in the Wisconsin game. Since when are you ever going to see anything like that? Ooh. Oh, that's a late shove. That should be a penalty, but they're not going to give it to him. Good run play. Deshaun Bishop breaks a tackle, gets about 4 of the 5 needed yards. It's going to be 3rd and short. Okay, that's enough. Here we go. Run play. Up the gut. Bishop pushes his way for the first down. It's going to be 1st and 10 from the 47-yard line. You calm down, Sven. You calm down. Daggone cowbell, man. What happened to Mississippi State? Don't tell me to calm down. You're going to come in here and then tell me to calm down. What's wrong with you? 1st and 10. 4 receivers out. Going to be a handoff. Nope. Over the middle. Got his man. No, incomplete. Looking for Chris Brazzell. Almost had him. That was a risky pass play. Nearly paid off to perfection. Brazzell just going to hang on, though, so it's going to be 2nd and 10. Vandy player tried to recover it, say it was a fumble. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Second and 10, 9 minutes left to go in this first half. Going to be Aguilar on the bubble screen. Gets it off, but Vandy players swarm him the instant he catches it, and that's going to be for a big loss. That was actually Braylon Staley, but they're starting to read the bubble screens. This is the 6-1 of the day. We need to go ahead and switch it up, man. You can't be doing that every single play. Good Lord, dude. Getting real sick of the dadgum bubble screens. Tennessee 3 for 3 on 3rd downs. Or Joey Aguilar 3 for 3 for throwing on 3rd downs. Here's a 3rd and 12. This is a big one right here, obviously. 4 receivers out. Aguilar back to pass. Slant route over the middle. Complete. First down to Ethan Davis. Still running. Gets all the way to, I believe, the 20. Hell yeah. Ethan Davis. The tight end comes through in the clutch. Can somebody, again, tell me why he was below Miles Kitselman on the depth chart? Not at the 20. It's actually at the 35. I don't know how I messed up that one. Here's a big jump, though. Big run. Big run by Bishop. Nobody in front of him, and he's gone. He's gone. That's it. Bishop on top. Tennessee takes the lead. Touchdown, Volunteers.
All right! Yes!
Just as quick as it looked like Vandy had the lead in their possession, Tennessee comes from out of nowhere, gets a turnover, and then off of the turnover makes plays like this happen. Not looking good. Not looking good if you're the Commodores. Tennessee is back on top. The crowd is alive once again. They're going to need a big play here before the half if they want to come back in this one. We're going to see what they bring. Kicks up. It is good. PAT puts Tennessee back up by 7. All right. Scott Crawford, the GOAT, coming through in the clutch tonight with another 50. God, let's go. Says touchdown Tennessee. Let's get another 20 for the costume. Let's have a great game and a great night too since you're here. Thank you so much, man. Golly, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I can't say how much I thank you, bro. You're coming through in the clutch for me tonight with these super chats. It means so much. Thank you, Scott. You're a real one. Yes. Yes. Let's get another 20 for the costume. If we manage to get another 20 in super chats, I will put on the costume. But in the meantime, gritty time. Ooh, can y'all believe the Minnesota-Wisconsin and the Oregon-Washington game of the same score right now? 10-0. Well, that might change because guess what just happened? Wisconsin with a deep bomb. This might be a touchdown. No, they're 5 yards short. Wisconsin just hit a deep bomb over Minnesota. Gets about 70 yards. Not quite enough for it, but very, very close too. Ooh. Ooh. We asked what the 20 says. Mustard. It is time. It is time for the mustard costume. All right. Let me finish this gritty up, and then that's exactly what I'll do. I mean the Squiddy. Silly me. What's up, VicTube? And now Scott Crawford with the 20. Thank you, buddy. Says, put it on. I will. I will indeed put it on. I think I have another Squiddy to do, but let me put on the costume first. Yes, I do. I have another Squiddy to do. Hold on, mental maths. Okay, got it. It doesn't matter. We got the goal. We got the goal that we need. All right, let me go put this on. Any predictions on the Big Ten game between those two undefeated teams? Right now I don't have any idea, but I will definitely have a definitive prediction on the FBS report. And the way things are leaning, I don't think Red's gonna like it all that much. I don't think Red is gonna like it all that much. If nothing else, I have that to say. If this is a shootout, Tennessee would have the advantage, I think. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Because here's the thing about Tennessee's defense, okay? We're either going to let you score in 3 plays or we're going to force a turnover on you. It's going to be one of those two things. All right. Gritty number 4. So right foot, I know I already spoiled this earlier, but which game do you... Okay, without knowing, without looking, who has the most points in any of these games? Wisconsin, Minnesota, Oregon, Washington, or LSU, Oklahoma? Which one of those 3 is the least amount of points? I think you know the answer. I think you know the answer. Scott Crawford, appreciate the 10, buddy. Says, Squid, Ohio State versus Indiana stream. I'm going to let you guys vote after the stream's over. I'm going to have 2 streams that day. One's going to be a members-only stream, and then the next one after that, or before that, will be the public stream. Way things are leading, it might be the SEC championship for the public one, but we'll see. Ooh, All right, here we go. 1st and 10 for Vandy. Pavia back to pass all alone in the pocket. They bring all kinds of pressure. He's down. Takes a big hit, but he does get the ball off. It's going to call it an incomplete pass. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Enough of that. Sig will murder the Bucknuts. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I think whichever. God, that's gonna be your 2 Heisman front runners battling it out for the basically the right to win the Heisman. All right, 2nd and 10 from the 25. Man moving in motion. Handoff on the outside. No, it's Pavi on the direct quarterback run, and he gets a few yards out of that. Maybe 6. 3rd down and 4 coming up. Let me go ahead and add that Scott super chat. All right, here we go. 3rd down and 4. Vandy is 2 for 3 on 3rd down conversions. Tennessee 6 of 8. Holy hell! If they miss the next one, they'll be 6 of 9. Man moving in motion for the Commodores. 4 wide set. Pavia back to pass. Plenty of time to throw. All day looking. Still looking. Now he runs for himself. Free lane for a 1st down and then some. Still running past the 50. Goes down after getting all the way to the 40-yard line. Hard to blame that one on Banks. That was just an excellent play by Pavia. Left too much time. Left him way too much time to run that. Wouldn't have hurt to put a spy on him, but if we did, I'm sure somebody would have been open. So, there's just no possible way to win in that scenario. Direct quarterback run once again. This time they make him pay for it, but there's a penalty flag that comes in late after the hit. Might be a hold. We'll see. Maybe that or a false start. Looks like a hold. All right. Pins him back 5 more yards. After this year, Vandy will go back to winning 2 to 3 games. Based on the talent that they've got, I very much doubt so. I don't think they're gonna go. I don't think they're gonna be winning 10 games a year, but I don't think they're just gonna go jump back in the toilet. Not that quick. This is a 1st and 20. Actually, I forgot holding is 10 yards, not 5. So they're all the way back at the 48-yard line. Got to get all the way to the 38 to convert. 6 minutes left here in the first half. 4 wide set once again. Tennessee bringing some pressure up front. Back to pass. Here's Pavia. They bring pressure on the edge. He gets it off late. Batted away and incomplete. Ty Redmond with the excellent play once again. 2nd and 20 coming up. This dude is a beast. I'm going to cry if Ty Redmond ever hits the transfer portal because this guy is... I mean, this guy, if he plays like this on a consistent basis, he will be as good, if not better, than Jermon McCoy once he hits his senior year. This dude is a unit. I knew when I saw him in the Georgia game, when he was playing pretty good up against Zachariah Branch, that this guy knew what he was doing. 2nd and 20 coming up. 5 wide set now for the Commodores. Moves up to a 4 wide. Running back in the backfield. Pavia back to throw again. Looking for a guy down the field. Rolls out. Still looking for a guy. Now he just runs out of the pocket. Maybe gets a yard. We got another flag that came in at the end of that play. This one potentially on Vandy once again. Please be on Vandy. Please. Pin him back just extremely far. Looks like they're going to call it another hold. Yes, it is another hold on the Commodores. Penalty is declined, so it's going to be 3rd down and 20 or 3rd down and 19. Boy, this is like Tim Banks is sitting there up in the stands like, oh yeah, all right. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the for the playbook. Write it down. We're gonna call it the Mick Fuck It Up. That's what we're gonna do. That's what's getting ready to happen. That's what's getting ready to happen. This is something ridiculous is getting ready to happen here on 3rd and 18. 3rd and dadgum 18. Expect Pavia to line up in the 5 wide set. No, he's got 4. Tennessee bringing pressure up on the line. I don't think that's necessary. It's 3rd and 18 after all. Here he goes. Pavia back to throw. Tennessee bringing all kinds of pressure. Rolling away, throws it away in desperation. Out of bounds. Incomplete, of course. And Tennessee will get this ball back on 4th and 18. Hooray! No 3rd down. No 3rd and banks. Celebration indeed. Great defensive stand for the Volunteers, and they're going to get this ball back with about 5.5 minutes left in the first half. Ohio State is the most overrated team I've ever seen. After Indiana whoops them, Ohio State will be exposed by the first SEC team they face in the playoffs. Heard that last year. Didn't go well for the SEC. I'll say that much. And I'm no Big Ten guzzler. I'm no Big Ten glazer. But what I do know is that Ohio State finds a way to make things happen when you least expect it. Here's the punt. Sails all the way down to the 10-yard line where it's going to bounce and roll around the 11. So great punt right there by the Commodores. Pins Tennessee pretty far back. But we had an 80-yard drive last time, so we'll see. Tennessee, or Joey Aguilar, 8 of 10 when blitz, 105 yards and a touchdown. That's crazy. That's crazy. Looks like we're able to, we're at least able to somewhat adjust to all the pressure that they gave us. 156 yards, by the way, for Aguilar. Almost 300 yards of offense total for the Tennessee offense. Both offenses are they've got pretty identical stats. Being loyal to any conference is just odd. Yeah, I can understand that. 1st and 10, 4 wide set for the Volunteers. And here's Davis moving back. Now it's 3 wide. Here's Aguilar. Going to hand this one off. No blocking up front. No yards gained. 2nd down and 10. 4th and goal. Wisconsin went for it and was out of bounds. Yeah, that was goofy. That was goofy. They should have known better. It was Wisconsin. Come on, be real here. Here he goes again. Another run up the gut. This one goes for maybe 5 yards. They're going to have to pass here, obviously. Tried to fool him with the runs up the middle. Did not fall for it. Going to be 3rd down and 5. Aguilar 4 for 4 on 3rd downs. 4 wide set once again. Vandy's got 6 men up on the line. Expect them to bring all the pressure in the universe. Aguilar back to pass. They are bringing all kinds of pressure. Gets it off early, and it's incomplete. But flags are thrown. They're going to throw the PI on Braylon Staley, and we got ourselves a free 15 yards. Woo! 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 Pretend you didn't see that. Ugh. Big money. Big money. SEC ref ball coming through in the clutch for Tennessee. Give us that free 15, why don't you? Hypothetical SEC wins in the chat already. Yep, it ain't a college football discussion without talking about hypothetical SEC wins. Yeah, we had 6 bubble screens in the first quarter. We haven't had much of that overall right now. Here's Aguilar taking a throw on the outside, trying to go up for Brazel, and he was well contested on that play. 2nd and 10 coming up. Yeah, there was absolutely no reason to throw that one. Do not understand it. Here's 2nd down and 10 from the 27-yard line. Got to get to the 37 to convert. Bunch formation here. 3 receivers to the right. 1 all alone to the left. Here on the pass play, Aguilar. Not a lot of time to throw. He does get off the dump off to Bishop, who does connect his way for the 1st down. Flag comes in late, and this one's probably on Tennessee. This one's going to come back. This one's going to come back. Looks like a hold. Ref ball giveth, ref ball taketh. That's the way it is. I'm sure they got a hidden agenda against Tennessee. No, they just suck. No, they're going to call it pass interference. So instead of the 10 yards we would have taken from a hold, now it's a dadgum PI 15-yard penalty. Little bit of contact there by Matthews, but again, ticky-tacky PI call. I don't know how they're going to call that one, but none of the others that we've seen. Puts it all the way back to 2nd and 23. Tennessee now pinned back all the way at the 14-yard line. Not good. Not good. You're going to have to air this one out. 3 receivers out, man moving in motion. Aguilar back to pass. Takes the bubble screen to Davis, and he can't even catch it. Just because of how goofy that was, we're going to call it. We're going to call it. We're going to say that was indeed a bubble screen. Unbelievable. Calling a bubble screen on 3rd and long. No, that's 2nd and long. Here's 3rd and long. Aguilar rolls out of the pocket. They basically waved the white flag on that. So with the sack, it'll now be 4th down. Vandy will get this ball back. Unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. Wah, wah, wah. Here's the punt. Sails all the way to the 45-yard line, trying to return it. Breaks a tackle because we're going for the legs once again. He gets an extra 3 yards out of that, if nothing more. A little bit of a scuffle here. Tennessee players fighting with the Vandy players a little bit, but nothing more than. I want to bring something to everybody's attention. Rutgers and Penn State are tied at 21 with 27 seconds left to go in the first half. The winner of this game does indeed go to a bowl. That is very, very true. The winner of that game does indeed go to a bowl. Oh my goodness. Penn State getting eliminated from bowl eligibility by Greg Schiano of all people. What a magical way to end what's otherwise been a fantastic season. Scott Crawford with the 10. I'll read it in just 1 second. Hold on. Pavia's about to do something. Tennessee and Vandy both with 248 total yards of offense. 4 wide set, man moving in motion. Tennessee DBs are arguing with each other. That's a very bad sign. Takes the bubble screen. Not a lot of blocking in front. Good enough for maybe 3 yards, if that. Okay, anyway. Again, Mike, how has Ohio State cheated? Tell me right now. That or your ass hurt, so shut up. You don't even know what you're talking about. I don't know what he said, but Ohio State cheated. Yeah, that's obviously copium. I don't know what we're getting at there. Might be a Michigan fan. Might be a Michigan fan because they've heard for the past four something years that they cheated. 2nd and 7, man moving in motion for the Commodores. Bunch formation. This is going to be a handoff. Run up the middle because we go for the legs again. Hurdles over another dude. Gets all the way inside the 30. Right outside the 35, actually. Right outside the 30, I mean. At the 31. My goodness. I mean, that was an elite play by Cedric Alexander. Breaking tackles left and right. Nobody knows how to tackle, with the exception of Ty Redmond. Nobody else on this team can tackle. Because, legs! I'm going to get your legs. It might work, it may not, but I sure am going to try real hard. This is going to be your final play before the 2-minute warning. They might get it off. Yes, they will. No, they're actually going to call it dead. They tried to snap it right before the 2-minute warning, and the 2-minute warning will happen first. So that'll be your score, 21-14. 2 minutes left to go in this first half. All right, let me see if I can switch it over to this. You'd think this Conference USA game, is it I'm sure it's probably not on here. I bet it's on ESPN minus or whatever the hell, right? Yeah. I'll see if I can get there, because I'm kind of curious myself on how this is going to go. Oregon almost picked off Washington's throw. Yeah, they got the ball at the 45-yard line and proceeded to do absolutely nothing with it. So I'm not convinced they're going to do anything with it throughout the entirety of the season. Or the game. But maybe season. Who gets the ball after halftime? Vandy. Tennessee never gets the ball to start the game. As I expected, if the game is on ESPN minus. So with 3 minutes left to go, I kind of do want to watch how this goes down. Because this is the battle for Conference USA Dominion, so it is important. 3rd down and 15 for Jacksonville State. Back to pass. 5 wide set. Rolls out. Plenty of time to throw. Now he will on the outside. Caught. 1st down. Gets to the 30-yard line under 3 minutes left to go. I'm out for blood, period. Ohio State is 12-0 for a reason. Their defense. Well, they do have one of the best defenses in the country with some of the best players on that defense. So hard to argue against that, especially since their offense is sort of lackluster. Speaking from experience on that one. Boston College, Syracuse, the ultimate ACC toilet bowl. 13-6, Boston College leads. Is Syracuse that poverty to the point that they're going to lose to Boston College just because they lost their quarterback? Man. Boy, they're down horrendous. Mizzou and Arkansas tied up at 14 apiece. Badgers finally managed to score. They're up 10-7. Or down 10-7. Penn State kicks a field goal to make it 24-21 as the half comes to a close. TCU and Cincinnati getting a hint of that weather delay. Florida up 10-0 over Florida State right now. FSU trying to fight for their spot in bowl eligibility, and Florida's playing spoiler because they've got literally nothing else to play for. Boy, would that be funny if they wound up doing that, huh? Hell, they daggum Lagway's almost got 100 yards. DJ Lagway's almost got 100 yards catching. Or not catching, 100 yards passing. Absolutely insane. First and 10 here. Can you stop stretching? Not the time to stretch. They're about to snap this ball. Here we go, bunch formation. Handoff again. Breaks a tackle, gets a 1st down. Nobody can catch up to him. Now they're at the 20. You might as well just go ahead and run Cedric Alexander every play. Tennessee can't figure out how to do it. Hey, they can't figure out how to stop him. They're getting beat. I mean, Tennessee's just literally getting beat up on the line. That's what this is coming down to. Minute 38 left to go. No timeouts used by either team here at the 21-yard line. 3 receivers to the right. Taking all the time in the world to line up here. Man moving in motion on the defense. Snaps the ball with little time remaining. Gets it off to Pavia. It's going to be a quarterback handoff. He runs. Getting a good job out of that one. Nobody can catch up to him because everybody's all the way at the back. And, of course, he gets another 1st down. My goodness. Hey, Tim Banks, would it kill you every once in a while to maybe put up a blitz or a spy? You know, something to prevent them from getting 10 yards a carry because all of our defenders and linebackers are in a different country? Would it kill you to do something like that? I don't know. Hell if I know, man. Hard to send them too far back now or pinned back at our own 11-yard line. Here with 50 seconds left to go in the first half. Takes all their time. 3 wide set. Going to be a handoff. Alexander takes it. Whistles are blown right before the handoff, and it might be a delay of game. They might have. Boy, I think they snapped it too late. No, it's not a delay of game. It's a false start. Either way, loss of 5 yards, pins him back 5 more. Perfect time for Tim Banks to send all of our DBs to Uzbekistan. Jacksonville State has tore this game down to 2 minutes left. They've got the ball, and Western Kentucky's only got 1 timeout left to use. They might end this game on a walk-off field goal if they can. I got to go eat dinner. Next thing I know, Squidtard's in a mustard costume in Tennessee and Vandy are in the heat. Yeah, that's college football Saturday for you, man. You never know what's going to happen. One day you're going to wake up and you're going to see Squidtard in a mustard costume. This thing, look at this thing. This thing's so tall that every time I walk in front of this thing, I end up hitting it. Well, I can't hit it now. There we go. See what I mean? See what I mean? It's too tall. Something I never thought I'd say about myself. F the Wolverines, that is all. Good to see you, Red. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you. Good to see you, brother. Gonna be a good show on Monday, I know that for a fact. Might be a better one if we can hold on here, but we've got work to do. Commodores are giving us all kinds of hell and more. Except they're taking all damn time to do it. You just announced it was a false start. What? Is there another... Are they reviewing the false start to see if it was a false start? What are we doing? They're taking a TV break, but it's not a TV when there's no TV. Why is Jacksonville State throwing the football when Western Kentucky has no timeouts left? What are they... Okay, I thought I saw them pass. Yeah, they did. Lucky to get away with that one. Here we go, 1st and 15, bunch formation lined up. On the handoff. It's going to be Pavia. Some end-around trickery. Pavia throws back. Got some yardage in front. Tennessee defenders all around them, though. He spins 2 of them out on a positive gain. I cannot believe Barnett got some positive yardage out of that. There was DBs all around him, but he spins them all out. Holy hell, dude. Their defenders are dadgum poverty. Vandy burns their second timeout with 29 seconds left. I was hoping for a tunnel fight, to be honest. Yeah, no, Michigan did well to protect their the middle of their field from Ohio State playing the flag. You know, I wish they'd tell you what down it is. I don't even know what down it is in this Jacksonville State game. They won't tell you. They just have the big-ass ESPN logo. You can't actually see it. But they've got 20 seconds left. They're going to let this clock burn out, I imagine, and then kick the game-winning field goal. There goes 7 seconds. 5. And there's the handoff, slides, takes the timeout. All right, here we're back with Vandy, 2nd and 9. At the 10-yard line. 29 seconds left before the end of the half. Motion up on the line. Adjusting. Here's Pavia. Takes the snap. Gonna run it for himself. Nobody around him. Slips up and trips after a loss. Good defensive play by Tennessee right there. Once in a million. Thank goodness. That looks like Vandy's going to have to settle with the field goal. But they're going to, with one last timeout to burn, they're going to try one last thing here on 3rd and 12. Perfect time for Tim Banks to mess this one up, right? All right, well, here we go. Jacksonville State sending their field goal unit up here for dominion over the Conference USA, because both of these teams are basically on top of the division. This will put them one step ahead and basically solidify their spot in the conference championship. Winner gets to play Kennesaw State, I think. Western Kentucky has no timeouts to burn. Adjusting up on the line. Here's the 27-yard attempt. It is up, and Jacksonville State is up by 3. No time left. The Gamecocks win, and they will be moving on to the Conference USA Championship. Congratulations to the Jacksonville State fans. Daiso for 1. Congratulations to you, buddy. Big win for y'all. Big, big win. switch back to the YouTube TV. I got to do it in a minute because it's 3rd and 12 now in this Tennessee game. 21 seconds left of 3 wide set. Man moving in motion. Timeout is called, and I think Tennessee is the one to burn it because Vandy's got no timeouts left. So, yes, Tennessee is going to use their timeout. Going to make it all the more stupid if they find a way. Going to make it all the more stupid if they find a way to score. I want as many SEC teams in the playoff as possible. You might get your wish. I'm not too sure, but you might actually get your wish. That's all I can really tell you. Vandy wins today. Oklahoma wins. If both of those teams win, you're probably going to get 6. You might get 6 regardless, even if Vandy loses. Opens the path for Texas and the Golden Boy of Sports Center and Arch Manning. But Oklahoma looks terrible right now. 3-3 is the score at halftime in that game. All right. 3rd down and 12, 21 seconds left. Men moving in motion. Everybody bunched up on the line. 3 wide. Man moving in motion for Vandy now. Bringing the blitz, Pavia rolls out of the pocket, throws early, and it's thrown out of bounds and incomplete. 4th and 12. But we do have a late flag. Are you shitting me? That cannot be pass interference. That cannot be pass interference. You've got to be shitting me. That's the one thing you couldn't do. Oh my God, it's roughing the passer. Roughing the passer on Tennessee. Vandy gets a free 15 yards and a 1st down. You just gifted him the freaking touchdown. How was he supposed to stop? How... McMurray was on him the moment he threw that football. How in the shit was he supposed to stop, refs? What was he supposed to do? Acceleration doesn't count in your minds? He's supposed to instantly just stop? There's a thing called deacceleration. Do you know physics, or are you just that brain dead? Dadgummit, dude. This is what happens when you leave it up to ref ball. Let the blind hobos decide the game for you. 17 seconds left in this first half. 1st and goal for the Commodores now at the 6-yard line. Pass play for Pavia, throws in a 1-on-1 to the end zone. First play, touchdown. Great job, guys. Great job, dumbasses. Whoop-de-freaking-do. Dadgum refs gifted that one to you. Yeah, that's just... I can't blame that on the refs, but that was a shitty, bad roughing the passer call. This is what happens when you leave it to ref ball. This is exactly what happens. Been glazing Ty Redmond all game long. He was the one that let that one happen. Let a guy wide open. We choose that moment in time to, of course, play man-on-man. Not when they were actually driving down the field. Nope, we do it now when it actually doesn't matter. Great job. Great job, dumbasses. Wow. Would have had to settle for the field goal had ref ball not come in and saved the daggum day, but yeah, we earned that one. You let him get all the way down to the field, then you try and save yourself off a penalty. Yeah, that's exactly what happens. Well, we'll be going into the locker room, 21 apiece. Offense looks fine. It's the defense that looks like absolute dog shit, like always. Great. Sure am glad there was a freaking lid on that. I've got napkins up here. Let me absorb that real quick. This napkin plays better freaking defense than Tim Dadgum Banks. Expect Tennessee to just take a knee here, take it to the half. With 12 seconds left, and that's exactly what we'll do. That's your half, boys. Ladies and gentlemen. 21 apiece heading into the locker rooms. It's about as common as every other Tennessee game. The offense is doing what they need to do, doing a good job doing it. The defense is commanded by a walking, talking vagina, and so they aren't doing what they need to do. And we're going into the locker rooms tied up at 21 all. Who's ready for an entire half of hearing SportsCenter talk about Lane Kiffin's job? I am. My goodness. I don't get why people are saying Clark Lee is the bane of Josh Heupel. Josh Heupel's 4-0 versus Vandy. He's undefeated all time versus Vandy. Ay. Yeah, that was a horrible. I mean, this is just terrible ref ball. Yeah, can we get more conversations about where Lane Kiffin's going? Hey, can we get more theatrics about Lane Kiffin going to Florida, please? I want to know more about Lane Kiffin's potential odds of going to Florida or staying at Ole Miss, please. I need to know more about that. Hypothetically, Tennessee should be in then, yes. We're hypothetical playoff teams, don't you know? It would be really funny, though, if instead of putting Texas in, they put Tennessee in. Just straight up gave Texas the middle finger. Tennessee didn't lose to a 3-loss Florida team. I'll tell you that much. We got the quality losses on our side. I don't think either team should make the playoffs. Unless you win your conference, no 3-loss team should make the playoffs. Or unless you're in the conference championship. If you're in it or if you'll win it. But that's only if you're there. A lot of ifs. Perfect talk for the SEC, huh? All right, well, here's your halftime stats, in case you were curious. Diego Pavia, 10 of 17 for 160 yards. Vandy has got 138 yards rushing. Cedric Alexander is having himself a day. So is Deshaun Bishop for Tennessee. He's got 92 yards. 89 total yards rushing, as Joey Aguilar has a total of -4 yards rushing. But yeah, no, both offenses are basically killing each other at this point. Similar yardage for both squads. And yep, there it is. There it is. I was counting how long. Literally the moment they stopped talking about the Tennessee-Vandy game, guess what they immediately pivoted to? Lane Kiffin's job. I mean, this is unbelievable. This is they can't stop themselves from talking about it. How do they keep it up? I don't understand. That's absolutely insane. Tennessee and Texas both played at Kentucky and Florida. Both played at Kentucky and Florida and had Vandy at home. Very similar schedules. Very true. What Tennessee doesn't have in their favor is a win over Texas A&M, but they don't have a loss to a 3-loss Florida. It's important to note because I feel like Texas could end up getting the jump on Tennessee for the ReliaQuest Bowl. Either that, it's going to be one of us two, either going to the ReliaQuest or the Citrus, and then they'll have to decide which Big Ten team they trot out there against us. And if it's not Michigan, then it might be Washington. I wouldn't mind playing Washington. What Big Ten teams are in the running? Because we know that there's going to be like 4 teams from the conference that are going to make it. Actually, I take it back. It's probably if we win this game, it's either 100% our opponent in the bowl game is either going to be Michigan or it's going to be USC. I would love to. Bro, I would love that. Oh my goodness, I just thought of something. If it is USC, that means we're going to have a Tim Banks defense and a Lincoln Riley defense in the same game. The score might be 100-0 at the or 100-100 all at the end of the half. If that's how that lines up. Touchdown Boston College, 20-6 currently at the JMA Wireless Dome. Syracuse is just, Syracuse, I don't know how they devolved this bad. You lose one quarterback and suddenly you're the worst team in the Power 5 or Power 4. That's insane. Clemson starting quarterback next year, looking to be Chris Verizon or whatever his name is. Probably him. If not, then Dabo's going to have to he's going to have to adapt and pick up a quarterback out of the transfer portal. That's the only way. I would love to see Tennessee expose Michigan. Honestly, I feel like a funnier battle would be Tennessee and USC. But either way, I wouldn't mind facing both of those squads. I feel like we're going to get a blue blood in there anyway. It's going to be a good game regardless, I feel like. The game of all time. Yeah, what are Boston College and UMass's odds towards making the playoff, or not making the playoffs, but getting Lane Kiffin? Well, getting the same amount of odds, I would say. But what can we talk about that? Can we spend about a 30-minute segment of our show talking about what Lane Kiffin going to UMass? You guys love. I'll tell you what. I just thought of something. You guys on the channel members in here. You guys loved the Nico rant that I did. Would you guys want me to do that like for every single week, like rant about something sports related or college football related? Like I make a segment ranting about like Lane Kiffin or something for 30 minutes. Would you guys like to see that? Let me know. Everybody else is doing it. Might as well join in on the fun, you know? Except I can't call him a hoe. Otherwise, he'll confront me. I don't want that. I don't need that in my life. Given to Oklahoma State. No, they've already got their coach. I was about to say Chad Morris. I was about to say Chad Morris. Boy, I don't know where he's at, but he needs to stay as far away from coaching as possible. A lot of good games going on right now. Remember, James Madison's fighting for a potential playoff spot, too. They're up 20-10 over Coastal. So, there's that for him. But that should be a key right there. South Carolina was beating the life out of Coastal within 5 minutes of that game. And South Carolina's terrible. Ten to 7 Florida over Florida State. So we got that going on. If FSU loses their bowl chances because of that Florida team, my goodness. Welcome to hell. The Piggies are actually up on Missouri. Now, I've seen this story before so many times with Arkansas, in fact. They're gonna find a way to beat themselves in the most Arkansas way imaginable. I can already sense it. So just get ready for that. Well, I already do a segment. Well, I'm going to do something like that for Tennessee, Days of Our Steelers. It's not going to be called Days of Our Vols, but I will do something like it for Tennessee this year. You don't have to worry about it, trust me. You don't have to worry about it. All right, well, let me take a quick break. I got to go do some stretching real fast. Ooh, like that. You guys stay tuned here. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. You guys just relax. I wish I could show you the kitty. Where'd the kitty cat at? Scooter. think he's coming up. Is he under the bed? Usually he likes to hide under the bed. I don't see him down there this time. Scooter! Little buddy. Yeah, he ain't budging. Scooter ain't want to visit. Scooter ain't want to visit. Who's more annoying, Pavi or Kiffin? Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. That's a good one. That's a good one. Both of them. That is a really good one. I can't tell you the answer to that. Hugh Freeze to Ole Miss Part 2. Where is Hugh Freeze gonna go? Could go back to Liberty. Liberty sucks now. They sucked ever since he was gone. They might lose to Kennesaw State again. So if I'm if I'm Liberty, I'm bringing him back. Might as well. What's the harm in it? Did really good when he was there. All right, I will. I'll be back in just a few minutes. You guys keep yourselves chilled out here. Keep yourselves cool and good. Cool and good. Don't forget that. And I'll be back in like 5 minutes. All right, yeah. Here's a musical piece for you. I'll be back in just a few minutes.
To win, you got to not lose.
Okay. All right, we're back, gentlemen. We're back. We are back. You know who isn't back? Michigan. Michigan ain't back. Ain't that the truth? All right, well, not looking too hot. Not looking too hot. That's for certain. Tied up at 21 apiece here in the Vandy, Tennessee game. Our odds, not the best. I know that for certain. Now, I will say this. This isn't the worst, that I've seen our defense play. This is bad. This definitely isn't our best game, that's for sure. But it isn't the worst, and a lot of that is that final drive there for Vandy, getting all the way down the goal line, and then getting the touchdown off a ref ball. It's our fault for being dummies and letting them get all the way down there in the first place. But that was one of the worst roughing the passer calls I've ever seen in my life. What was he supposed to do? He was running after him, and then he was right on his ass the moment he threw the football. What was he supposed to do? Just instantly forget about physics and just immediately come to a stop? No. He tried to slow down, but you can't when you're right on him. You can't just instantly stop. Have one of these dumbass refs ever tried running after somebody full speed and then stopping right when they're on them? Have they ever tried that? Guess not. Guess not. They've already fired one of the SEC officiating crews for being too stupid to officiate games. They need to go ahead and fire all of them. None of them know what they're doing. Run a clean slate of new referees going into next year, because these guys have no idea what they're doing. They can't coach. It's one of the two things. Either one, they're just plain stupid, which I think is the truth, or two, they've got all the conspiracy theorists are right and they've got a dirty hidden agenda, and I don't think that's true. I legit think they're just brain dead. They were lobotomized before the game began. That's all it came down to. Let's make sure we don't go for the legs in the second half. Yeah. Wishful thinking there, Altron. That's very much wishful thinking. All right, well, you guys ready for this second half? Because it's about to begin. 21 apiece. Boston College may get a second win. This may be the biggest achievement in program history. Yep, beating the worst Syracuse team I've ever seen in my life. 27-6 now. They're going to do it. Boston College is literally going... Syracuse might actually be, right now, the worst team in the... They might be the worst team overall, honestly. I would like to see them go up against UMass to figure that part out. But here we go. The game's kicking off now. We're finally going to get this second half underway. Ball sails out of bounds or out of the end zone. It'll be a touchback. So, there you go. All right. Ed Shadowbearer, new member, celebrates 1 month of membership. Thank you, thank you. Penn State is up by 3 against Rutgers. We are so cooked. Were you ever not cooked? That's the problem. Was there ever a point where you weren't cooked in any capacity? I don't think so. Who's coaching them to go for the legs? Who do you think? Who do you think is responsible for that? Here we go. 1st and 10 for Vandy as they start this drive. The first play from scrimmage in the 3rd quarter. Taking their time to snap the football. 3 wide set. It's going to be Pavia. Takes the screen. Got some blockers in front. Able to dodge one guy. We go for the leg. So, of course, he gets another 9 yards out of it. Ooh, the legs. Ooh. Maybe if I hold on to them for long enough, he might get only 10 yards. Dog water. Are you guys just that big of pansy asses? Just wrap the dude up. You're right there to make the play. They literally dive down. Do something. 2nd down and 1. Literally inches away from conversion. Three out on wide. 3 wide set. Taking all the time to do so. Pavia is going to take it for himself. Converts and gets the first down. I don't know if he got the snap off in time, but they're going to give it to him. The refs weren't, the officials definitely weren't paying attention. 1st and 10 coming up for the Commodores. All the time in the dadgum world to do whatever they want to, because we're not gonna do anything about them. They're about to get another lead, aren't they? All right, 2 receivers out, bunch formation. Pavia with his 2 running backs in the backfield. Tennessee bringing some pressure up on the front. Plenty of time to snap the football. With 2 seconds left, he gets it off. It's Pavia over the middle. Got a man wide open. Redmond gets burned again. 1st down and a whole lot more for the Commodores. Soft zone coverage once again. Who do you think is responsible for that? Of course, you already know it. Tim Dadgum Banks, as per the usual. Turrentine was in another Dadgum time zone, as per the usual. What's new? What's changed? If we continue playing defense like this, we are going to lose this game. We got to do something. We got to wake up somewhere along the line. 1st and 10, Vandy all the way in our own 40 now. 2 wide receivers to the outside. Going to do an option play. Pavia with the shovel pass gets it off. Good for about 5 yards. If you know anything with Tennessee's defensive line, you only need about 5 Tennessee DBs to take down 1 Vandy running back. Ay. 2nd and 4, clock going down there and milking it as they are trying to go all the way down the field, and they're doing a successful job doing it. Here we go. 2nd down and 4. Got to get to the 30 to convert, or at the 34. 3 wide receivers out. Going to be Pavia taking it for himself, trying to run away from the pressure. Jeez! God, you suck! We had him wrapped up behind the line of scrimmage. The dude, I don't know who was tackling there, but kick him out of the dadgum game. This dude literally had him. He had him. He was right there to make the tackle, and then he pushes him, and Pavia runs for 5 yards. Who is this? Idris Farouk, the dadgum safety, of course. Holy hell, that pisses me off. When we can make a play and then we just refuse to because we're stupid. Handoff up the middle. Good for about 3 yards, not much more than. No, I can't stream the game. YouTube will take me down. Surely Tim Banks gets fired after this game, right? No, Heupel gets fired sooner than Tim Banks. Guarantee you that. Got another man down for Tennessee with a 2nd and 7 coming up. Looks extremely hurt. Dyvin Hobbs just came back from injury. Now he's back down on the floor again. Hope he's okay. Is it too soon to say the game is over? Yes. It's a tie ball game at 21 apiece, but it's going very predictably. I'll say that much. Ay. How did Florida not figure out this defense? Just say, how did Florida not figure out anything with this defense? That's absolutely crazy. Uh-oh, big interception for LSU. They got the ball now deep in Oklahoma territory. What in the world is John Mateer doing? Oklahoma's going to blow their path to the playoffs by losing to freaking LSU. A coachless LSU. I guess the talent fee comes in clutch sometimes. Yo, man, Connor, appreciate the $2 super chat. Thank you, buddy. Says, Tim Banks is genuinely the worst defensive coordinator I've ever seen. Alex Grinch exists, so I can't say that, but for being Tennessee, this is pathetic. This is absolutely pathetic. If it wasn't for having the best edge rusher anybody's ever seen at Tennessee, this defense would be poverty every single year Tim Banks has been here at Knoxville. 5 years, the defense has only ever gotten good because we have so much talent across the field. And I know Jermon McCoy's been out for the entire season. We lost Ricky Gibson halfway through it. But there's absolutely no reason that the tackling and the soft zone should be as bad and basically predictable as it is. 2nd and 7, Pavia rolls out. Got a man wide open on the soft zone again. Guess who's there to miss another tackle? You guessed it, another safety there to miss the tackle. First down, Vandy inside the 20. So like I said, it's too predictable. You know what's going to happen every time because we've got all of our DBs in Uzbekistan. Of course they're going to convert. You're just pushing. I mean, you're getting pushed around by your little brother. That's what's happening right now. Absolutely pathetic. Get it together, man. This is getting stupid. Three seconds left on the play clock. Under 10 minutes left to go in the third quarter. Gets the snap off on the final second. Pavia throws in a one-on-one to the end zone. Well overthrown and incomplete. Colton Hood with good pass protection. 2nd and 10 coming up. Colton Hood, he had his hands up like he had a feeling he was going to get called for a flag there. That just shows you how stupid and blatant the SEC ref ball has been all day long. If this puts us in the Music City Bowl, I'm going to boycott the talent fee and Tim Banks. Good news is I don't think we're going to Music City. If we do, I will literally be downtown protesting it. I will literally go downtown with a sign and protest that game. Legitimately. Not a joke. 2nd and 10, handoff, right up the gut. Oh my goodness, we go for the legs again. He was behind the line of scrimmage. Let me tell you something. He was behind the line of scrimmage. Behind the line of scrimmage. Andre Turrentine, once again, right there to make the play. Guess what he does? Scoop for the legs. Guess what? He runs away, gets 8 more yards. So now it's 3rd and 1. Turrentine, just keep Turrentine back there. He's not going to tackle anybody. He can't tackle. He can't tackle at all. Vandy does a QB sneak on 3rd and 1. I think they convert. I don't know. That might be short. They'll look to see. Yeah, okay, they called it. First down, Vandy. So now it's 1st and goal, Vandy inside the 10 now. I think they're at the 6. This is just getting way too predictable. First and goal for the Commodores. From the 6. Bunch formation lined up here. Handoff. Straight up the middle. Now bounces on the outside. Nobody's there to cover him. And so guess what? Another Vandy touchdown. Another scoop tackle. So of course he misses the first one. Gets on the outside. Cedric Alexander gets another one. Absolute poverty defense. Absolute poverty-ass defense. Easiest touchdown in the world when you have a defense that doesn't know how to tackle. I don't even think they made the attempt. Andre Turrentine might actually be I don't know how he does it, but every time I watch him tackle, it's the worst tackle I've ever seen each and every time. He somehow does worse tackling every single attempt he has. I don't know how that's possible, but it is. It's definitely possible. Ooh, I'm going to scoop your legs real good. I'm going to scoop your legs real good. Maybe you might get 8 yards, maybe 18, but I'm going to scoop them so good that you're only going to think about getting a couple of yards instead of getting all of them at once. Ooh, that really shows them. Absolute poverty. So how much of the talent fee again doesn't exist? The talent fee only works if you're paying enough for it, and clearly we're not. Pavia is conquering Tardaria easily. Oh, for certain. Ay, ay, ay. Wah, wah, wah. Diddy might have taught him tackling, yeah. Potentially. Why is Turrentine on the field? Because Tim Banks is a dumbass. That's why. The entire coaching staff doesn't know who's actually the most talented. That's why Kitzelman was starting ahead of Ethan Davis for the entire season, even though he literally cannot catch. Tell me this: if you're a tight end and you can't even catch the football, why are you on the field? Apparently at Tennessee you can do that. Crazy stuff, I know. Scott Crawford, appreciate the 2, says LSU might actually beat Oklahoma. Upset alert. Yeah, the good news about all of this is that while we're, if we lose to Vandy, of course we're going to hear a lot of shit from the Vandy fans for an entire year. But at least we're not fighting for playoff rights. Oklahoma is, and they're about to blow it to LSU. I think that's probably worse than anything we've done. And if nothing else, at least we're not Florida or South Carolina. Because my goodness, you want to talk about a season that's fallen off for them? Think about it. Both of those teams started preseason in the top 15. Florida and South Carolina were top 15 teams in the preseason, and now look where they are. One's got 3 wins. One's ending the season with what 4? Or are they 4-8? Yeah. South Carolina ends the season at 4-8. Ay. Viper Technician, appreciate the 2, says 49-0 over West Virginia. Texas Tech is officially CFP bound. Great win for you. Great win. But you better get ready. BYU's hungry for revenge, I bet. You best get prepared. BYU's going to... I bet you they got a different game plan in mind when it gets to that game because they're going to be fighting for their spot in the playoffs. BYU is one team that I think actually needs to win their conference championship to actually make it. That's the thing. If you're a bubble team, then the conference championship matters for you, like a whole lot more than anything else. So they're going to be bringing their best game in that. I promise you that. The Bear will be feasting, maybe, potentially. We'll see. I'm 33 years old. I live in Bristol, Tennessee. I may go try to walk on next year. I swear to God, I'm not even joking. I could do a better job than the product we have on the field. Well, if you know how to actually wrap up somebody with jerk, it's like they forget they have these pads on and they can actually hit somebody. Because instead what they do is they dodge them. They're too scared to actually wrap up anybody. We're going to return this kickoff from the 10. Gets past the 20, still running, past the 25, and then down around the 28. Good attempt right there. Good attempt. Can't argue with that. At least somebody's putting an effort out in the field. All right, well, if the defense is going to blow balls the entire night, the best thing you can do is go out there and perform on offense. Because that's about the best thing you've got left. Oh, yeah, Red's going to be extra loud on the FBS report tomorrow. I know that for a fact. All right, Joey, whip us up something good here. 3 wide out. Going with the bubble screen to Ethan Davis. Gets it out. Good for maybe 5 yards. What's that now? How many screens are we up to? We're up to 8. 8 bubble screens on the day. Crazy. 2nd and 5, run up the gut. Vandy spotted that one instantly, and it's a loss. 3rd and 6 coming up. It's not that we can't run. It's that we do the same exact run play every time, and Vandy spots it every time. Especially since our offensive line is losing more people by the second. Now it's 3rd down and 6. Going to have to throw here, Joey. 6 of 9 on 3rd downs. Tee-hee. 4 wide set. Back to throw. Aguilar. Plenty of time to do so. Gets it off. Incomplete. Tried a one-on-one situation to Mike Matthews. And that was the quickest 3 and out I've ever seen in my life. That took 10 seconds. Literally 10 seconds of game time. And we're right all the way. We're about to give them back the ball in 10 seconds. Wave the white flag. It's over. That's your ball game, gentlemen. Leaving it to Tim Banks now. Yeah, we're cooked. We're cooked. It's over. Wave the white flag. Get your ass on out of here. It's over. Delayed punt. Gets it off. Goes all the way at the 25-yard line. So at least Vandy's going to start all the way back there. But they're gonna get the 75 yards without a problem. Soft zone coverage. All of our DBs they already got on planes and they're traveling to the next third world country so that they can watch us get 10 yards apiece. Freaking Vandy, bro. If we lose to Vandy on senior day, it's bad. I said I was going to give up on Josh Heupel if we lost to Florida. So I'm not out of him yet, but changes have to be made, man. This is getting stupid. But I'm sure instead of actually making changes, all the coaching staff and the administration is going to whip up more excuses. And I'm sure the first one's going to be, we are not getting enough money to support these players. We're not getting enough money to get the talent we need on the field to win these types of games. So you know what we're going to do? 5% talent fee on top of the 15%. 20% talent fee. We pay more money. More money. Woo! That's what it's going to be. Looking forward to it. Pay them more money than any of the teams that we are otherwise down against. Florida, Georgia, Florida, we thankfully beat them. But Georgia, Alabama, and all these other teams in the top 10, top 15 recruiting. Oklahoma, Texas. Who else? Who else? Vandy. Vandy doesn't need the talent fee. They just got talent regardless. Sad. It's pathetic. Sick of watching it. I'll tell you that much. Absolutely pathetic. I don't know how much more I can stand it. SMH shaking my head. Fire Heupel. Yeah, I'm not on that train yet. Waiting for 7 just to get this damn season over with. If we lose to Vandy, we will have not beaten a ranked team all season, and the Sunshine Pumpers and Heupel disciples will try to say it was a success. Oh, yeah, that's the thing. And part of the reason why we're where we are right now is because the Sunshine Pumpers are always literally everything is an excuse. It's always an excuse. The injuries. We didn't have enough injuries. We didn't have enough funding from the university. Hey, we're competing, and that's what counts. Even if we're losing all these games, at least we're competing. It's pathetic. Too much dadgum talent to be blowing these games like this. Mateer just threw another pick. Yep, and LSU. Thing is, LSU, though, is at their own goal line. Go Dogs at this point until Heupel and Banks are gone. At this point, I can't. You'd be better off with Alabama only because watching Georgia is a heartache and a half. They'll give you a heart attack. They'll win every game, but they'll give you a heart attack in the process. 1st and 10 for Vandy at the 25-yard line. Gonna need something on defense. This is about the good time for another turnover. Here's Pavia. Rolls out. Nobody's there to tackle him. Still running. Gets all the way to the 50. Green grass in front of him all the way down to the 30. Still running. All the way down to the 35-yard line. One dadgum play in, and they already got 50 yards. Wow. Unbelievable. Creating a great resume, aren't you, Tim Banks? Great, fantastic resume. Look, Pavia, as much of a shitbag he is, Pavia's doing us a favor. Maybe him having like 100-something yards rushing on his own will be finally the thing that'll get Tim Banks out of here. Of course, it won't. Nothing will. Nothing will. We could play Michigan in a bowl game and they could have a career rushing day and it still won't be enough to get Tim Banks out of Knoxville. Anyway, here's Vandy on the run again. Nobody there to tackle him. Still running. Gets 7 yards out of that one. We're getting murdered right now up front. We are getting outpaced completely. Out-physicaled. It's results like that you already know that's the kill drive. So it's I think it might be cooked. I think it might be cooked. Second down and 3, 4 receivers out for Vandy. Man moving in motion, moves to a 5 wide set. I don't know why they just don't keep running the football, honestly. Here he goes, Pavia for himself, running away. Thankfully, Tennessee's there to at least make a play defensively. Everybody all around him. We actually put a spy on him for the first time in ever. And it'll be 3rd down and 6. All right, Tim Banks, you know what to do. You know what to do. Go ahead and do the thing. Go on ahead and do the thing and ruin my life even further. Here we go. Let's see how this one pans out, shall we? What do you think it's going to be? A quarterback run for a first down? Slant, it's probably going to be an option. It's always an option. 4 wide set for Pavia all alone in the backfield, looking for a receiver down the field. Now a run for himself. Guess what? First down! No spy on him again. I literally sat right here and called it. Was it going to be a quarterback run for Pavia? Yep! First down. Good job, Tim Banks. You knew he was going to do it, and you let him do it anyway. Holy crap. Have you ever seen somebody as useless as Tim Banks? I don't know. I don't know if that's possible. The Mike Tomlin of college football. No, that would be Heupel. That would be Josh Heupel. First and 10, Vandy all the way to the 15. 2-score lead almost guaranteed. Here's Pavia again on a QB run. Gets about maybe 2 yards out of that one. Second down and about 8. And they're gassing up Pavia. The heart of Tebow, shut the hell up. The heart of Tim Tebow, shut the hell up. My goodness. The heart of Tebow. See, now y'all just glazing him. I get it. He's good. He's great. He's the greatest thing Vandy has gotten, but the heart of Tebow. Come on. Second down and 7. I don't know what that was. Looks like Tennessee jumped off sides. I think it might have been a false start. Yeah, I agree, though. After the comments made about Diego Pavia's mom, I feel like we deserve this. As a collective fan base, this is deserved. Because I forget who made that comment about Diego Pavia's mom and about how she should get beat up by Joey's mom. But yeah, whoever said that, yeah, this is what you get. This is honestly deserved. Maybe you'll think a little bit next time about what you say. Of course not. Vol Twitter never thinks about anything that they say. They just say. Second down and 12. Tennessee moving up on the line here. Vandy backed up to their own 17-yard line. Here's another option play. Pavia tries to take it for himself. He's down for the count on that one. No gain at all. Third down and 12. Vervis VXR VIS Media. Appreciate this $1 super chat. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Young man Connor with the 5. Thanks, buddy. Says, oh my God, Pavia is going to win the Heisman all because of Tim Banks. Yep. What a great guy, huh? Up to 5 squiddies now. Make sure to hit that after Vandy scores here. Third down and 12. The Tennessee crowd is loud, hoping for something. Well, let's go ahead and give it to him, Tim. Come on, Timmy. Let's see what stupid shit you do here. All right, here we go. Pavia back to throw. They're bringing all kinds of pressure. He rolls out. Plenty of time to throw. Gets it off at the last second out of bounds. And it'll be 4th down. Vandy's going to have to settle with the field goal. So at least we have that going for us. You're going to update that scorecard? What scorecard? The scorecard updates automatically. Get the guys that said Diego Pavia's mom should get beat up on the field. They're awful fond of taking down someone named Pavia. Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. Here's a 35-yard field goal attempt to go up by 2 scores. It's right up through and good. Vandy takes a 10-point lead over Tennessee in Knoxville. Time winding down. They took out a crap ton of clock on that one, by the way. Only 2 minutes and 12 seconds left to go in the third quarter. Tennessee needs to respond here and now. Otherwise, we are cooked. But then again, that's the scoring. Us scoring, that's not the hard part. That's never been the hard part. The hard part has been actually stopping them. What's going on, Cheshire Cat? All right, here's the gritty for you. This one is This one's a lot less methodical because I'm not in the best mood because my team is playing like absolute dog water. I'm sure we'll see another bubble screen and then a flag that pins it back. Ooh. 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 How do you feel about the Auburn game today? I think Bama's got a clear shot of winning this game. As long as they do what they always do and just let Bart Simpson go out there and make plays, they should be fine. If Bart Simpson goes out there and throws 3 interceptions, that's a big concern. Plus, is Auburn starting the Deuce Knight? Are they starting the true freshman today? Because if they are, I'm not so sure that they come out on top in that one. I'm not sure they come out on top either way. Ooh. Ooh. 8 bubble screens? Yeah. And that was all in the first half. Hell, 6 of those were in the first quarter. If enough teams choke a playoff spot, could Vandy legit sneak into the playoff? Yeah, they win this game. They're in a really good spot, I think. They're going to jump Texas. I know that for a fact. Even though Texas is ranked below them, people are expecting Texas to be ahead. And I don't think that's going to be the case if Vandy wins this game. Neither should it be. No three-loss team that doesn't have a conference championship game to help them out. They should not be near the playoffs. That's what I think. But now Vandy's in big trouble if BYU wins. If BYU wins against Texas Tech in the Big 12 championship, that does put Vandy in trouble. I don't know what they're going to do with Miami after that win over Pitt. I think they're going to keep them ahead of Vandy no matter what, because both teams are 10-2. So, yeah. Pavia's doing the blitzkrieg to Tardaria for shits and giggles. No, for gits and shiggles. It's not looking good for the Rebs right now. Can't wait for Vandy to win this game. Their fans talk a ton of crap. Then they get blown out in the first round. Now that would be pretty funny. I mean, I don't know. I like Vandy's odds only because I think their offense can keep up with most of the teams that they play. But every time, with the exception of Tim Banks' dumbass, every other time that I've seen them play against a above par defense that's ranked, more often than not they struggle. So I guess we'll find out. Especially since they're going to probably, if they get in, they're going to be on the road. We know that for a fact. They might be on the road against an SEC team too. Hashtag talent fee. Hope it comes through in the clutch this time because we're going to need it. We're going to need it.
To win, you got to not lose.
Here we go. Kick is off. It rolls into the end zone for a touchback. Tennessee to receive at the 25. Oklahoma and Alabama choking playoff bids to let Vandy sneak in would be hilarious. Yeah, that would be pretty funny. Very, very highly doubt that that's going to happen, but we'll see. We'll see. But they're gonna need some luck. If BYU loses to Texas Tech, then they're in a good spot. But they also need Oklahoma to lose. Anyway, here's the first play over to Ethan Davis. That one is actually a dump off. It was almost a bubble screen, but it was thrown 1 yard in front of the line of scrimmage, so it does not count. But yeah, Utah winning does them no good. Texas beating A&M, it all depends on whether or not they actually give him the benefit of the doubt there. Now, that is a bubble screen. They just threw a bubble screen to Mike Matthews. There's number 9. We're 3 away. We're 3 away from tying the record. First and 10. Handoff directly up the middle. No gain on that one. They shut it down. We're trying to reestablish the run game, and they're not falling for it because all we do is the same daggone run up the middle. The Joey Hazel game plan. Run it up the middle and then pray that they don't figure it out when you do it 12 times in a row. Second and 9, man moving in motion. Aguilar, back to pass, throws early, batted in the air and incomplete. Third down and 9, another. So we're about to give up another really quick third down and out. I mean, at least we got a first down, I think, right? We got 1 first down. Yay. Yay, we got 1 first down before we fell off a cliff and died again. 15 total yards in this entire quarter. Whoop-de-frickin-do. Third down and 9, 4 wide set. Bishop in motion. Going to be a handout. Aguilar, back to pass. Breaks 1 tackle. Still open, throws late. Got it to Matthews. Spins away. Think it's enough for a first down. That was a hell of a play by Aguilar. Guy was coming right after him, and he just dodged the hell out of him. They're going to spot this ball. What should be a first down. Yes. First down Vols. What a play by Aguilar. Keep that up. 3 wide set. Going to be a handoff directly up the middle again. Maybe 3 or 4 yards. Not much more than. I mean, that was a sick play by Aguilar. Any other quarterback in that position, and that's a sack. That's crazy. That's my QB right there. If nothing else, I got to give a hell of a lot of credit to Joey Aguilar because this team is nowhere near 8-3 right now if Aguilar's not our starting guy. Handoff up to Bishop. Straight up the middle. Good push. Good for about, not quite a first down, but he's going to be about a yard short. They're going to try and get everybody up on the line before the end of the third quarter. Bunch formation. 6 seconds left. It's Aguilar for himself. Good second effort. Gets the first down. And that'll be the end of the third quarter. We got 15 minutes left in this ball game. Down by 10 going into the fourth quarter. So we got a lot of prayers that are going to be made. We're going to there's Diego Pavia's mom dancing. I'm sure somebody's going to snap at that. Anyway, we got 15 minutes left basically for a miracle. That's what we have. We got to score, somehow prevent them from scoring, somehow make sure Tim Banks doesn't become an absolute dumbass again, and then in the process, score again. So, I like our odds. Yeah, not good. Oklahoma finally scored a touchdown, tied up the ball game 10 apiece. So now LSU, again, LSU's playing spoiler here because, again, Vandy needs favors here. If Oklahoma loses, that opens the door for the Commodores. But they need Oklahoma to lose. They need BYU to go down in the Big 12 championship. And if those 2 things happen, Vandy is more than likely in, unless they actually give the benefit of the doubt to the Sports Center Golden Boy in Texas. If they don't do that, Vandy's in. That is if they hold on and survive here. None of what I'm talking about matters if Vandy actually loses and blows this lead. So we'll see. With our defense, we have no chance in hell. Yeah, that's important to note too. Pavia's mom for Heisman. This defense does nothing ever. Ever in the history of history. Oh, man. All right. All right. D-Genosis, appreciate the 2, buddy. Says, Vol shitting the bed when it matters. What a shock. Yeah. What changed, we all ask ourselves? Absolutely nothing. But again, 15 minutes to get it right. You know, what would hurt more for Vandy, what would hurt all the more for Vandy is not just losing the game, but having a big lead going into the fourth quarter and then losing. But have I ever seen Tennessee be clutch? The only case scenario of that happening was against Mississippi State. That was it. Vanderbilt has a better record. Vandy has a better record. They can't put a mediocre Texas in over Vandy. Oh, they absolutely can. I don't agree with it. I wouldn't agree with it. I wouldn't be sitting here going, oh, that's the right move. No, absolutely not. I think if Vandy wins this game and finishes at 10-2, they should absolutely be in. They need to consider that Texas has 3 losses. And again, one of them is to one of the most the worst Florida teams in program history. This is Florida's worst team since the 70s. Anyway, 1st and 10 for the Volunteers. Past midfield, Aguilar, plenty of time to throw, gets it off. Got a man down there. Can he catch it? Incomplete, but it's good enough to force the flag on Chris Brazel. We got a flag that's going to be a PI on Vandy. Yay! Leave it to ref ball. Colby Taylor with the PI. 15 free yards for the Volunteers. That's why I'm not going to be angry when Tennessee finally beats Georgia. It's been a good run for Georgia. We all might be dead when that happens. Just letting you know. I don't see that happening anytime soon, at all. The way that last game went, I'm just convinced we're never beating y'all again. It's going to be like Florida, to where y'all are just going to win in the most inconceivable ways. Tries to run on the outside, and I think we lost more yards than we otherwise could have gained. I think we lost more than 6 or 7 yards there. Holy crap. We didn't lose 6 or 7. We lost 5. So it's going to be 2nd and 15. Better off just taking a penalty there. My goodness, we cannot run the ball anymore. Bunch formation lined up. Aguilar back to throw. They're bringing pressure. Gets it off at the final second. Connects to Brazel. So that was a good connection right there. Great play by Aguilar. But he got nailed as he was throwing that one. It's enough for a first down. Not quite. You're going to be a yard short. 3rd and 1 at around the 18. Bunch formation once again. 2 receivers to the left. On the handoff. It's going to be Aguilar taking it for himself. Breaks 2 tackles and gets the first. Wow. Dude, Joey Aguilar, again, making a play straight out of his ass. Literally disastrous run right there. Nearly lost 5, but somehow made a positive gain out of it. What a dadgum play by Aguilar. 1st and 10, 14 minutes left to go in this game. A little bit of adjustments on the line. I don't think you really have the time for this. Not really sure what you're getting at here. 3 wide set. Handoff. Over to Bishop. No, it's Aguilar for himself. Decent little run. Tries to get a few more yards out of it. And he'll get about 6. 2nd down and 4 coming up. See, if you mix it up and then let Joey run the ball, sometimes good things tend to happen. Who would have thunk it? 2nd and 4. There's going to be Aguilar in the end around. Throws it off. Got it to Brazel, but he's thrown down after maybe a yard on the play. Vandy is bringing the entire sun on after Aguilar on every play. You've got to adjust to the blitz because they're bringing the sun. 3rd down and 3 here. Well, this is actually 3rd down and 2. I'm not sure where they're getting 3rd down and 3 from. Very important conversion coming up right here. Under 13 minutes left to go. Tennessee taking their sweet time. At the 8, got to get to the 5. Or at the 7, actually. Man moving in motion. 3 receivers to the right. Bunch formation. Pass play. Aguilar throws. Slant route. Mike Matthews had it in the end zone. And then he dropped it. Mike Matthews literally had it. You sure you didn't dress up Alex Kitzelman in disguise? Or, Miles Kitzelman in disguise? Literally wide open. Right in his hands. Couldn't have thrown a more perfect ball if you tried. And that's how you lose ball games right there. And now we got to bring out Guangdong Gilbert to kick this field goal to go down by 8. 25-yard attempt. Watch him miss this. Here it is. The kick. It is up. It is thankfully good. All right. We're not down by 8. We're only down by 7. I don't know where I got the 8 from, but it is 31-24. Don't have a lot of time left to get things together. This next Vandy drive could be the kill drive. Why are we letting Gilbert cook? That's not a cook. You're expected as a kicker to make a 30-yard field goal, but at least he made it. At least he made it. I cannot believe Matthews dropped that though. D1 level wide receiver, and that's what you bring to the table. My goodness. My goodness. Our entire team has hands made out of butter. Not just the defense, but Mike Matthews too. If Joey makes it to the NFL, that's going to be awesome. Because then once he gets to the NFL, he'll actually have receivers that can catch instead of 12 Kadarius Tonys and Chris Brazzell. Because that's what he's got right now. Ay. Washington trying to desperately hold on in this ball game against Oregon, down by 12. In Oregon territory now. Trying to do anything. A quick little run play. Gets about 3 yards. It's going to be 3rd down and 3. Oklahoma trying their best to hang on as well. 14 minutes left to go in this ball game. Pinned back at their own 20-yard line. Rolling out of the pocket. It's going to be a handoff. No, it's going to be Mateer himself. No gain on that one. Taken down maybe a yard behind the line of scrimmage. That's another thing. LSU's been doing a great job shutting down John Mateer's run game. They haven't been able to do anything because of it. Sorry, Squid. I only want Vandy because Tennessee is the Kansas City of Tennessee. Whatever that means. All the power to you, though. I don't know how many times today I've heard sorry, Squid, but I want Vandy to win. I don't know. I don't get why you want Vandy to win most times, often than not. But whenever I see our fan base on the internet, I can sort of grasp it a little bit. Ay. 163 people in here right now. Most of you are probably in here to watch me suffer, and I can't blame you. I can't blame you. But if you're going to do that, make sure you at least leave a like on the way out. Whether we win or lose, at least make sure to leave a like. Everyone helps the channel. And I greatly appreciate all of y'all's support. Whether, again, if you're just in here to watch me lose my sanity or anything else. I'll say this, though. If Pavia holds on and wins this ball game for Vandy, he will definitely be heading to New York. That's for certain. If he may not win it, but he'll be there. This return is taken around the 5. Trying to get a decent return out of this. Breaks a tackle. Still going. Past the 30. And, oh my goodness. Off of the daggum scooping legged tackles. Vandy almost got a daggum punt return touchdown. Or kick return touchdown. My good lord, dude. With tackling like that, you might as well just go ahead and hang it up for the day. I mean, this is getting ridiculous, dude. We tackle as soft as we cover. Again, due to Tim Banks. Can't really do much else than that. I think at this point we're gonna need somebody to make a turnover. That's what it's come down to. I don't trust our defense to hold them down here. I don't. Pavia's been cooking this defense all day long. 436 yards. Let's see what he's got here from the 30-yard line. Lined up with 3 receivers out. Man moving in motion. Over to the right. Pavia. Going to be a handoff. End around play. He's going to throw late. Out of bounds. It's a lateral. And it goes all the way back inside the 20. That is a loss of 10 yards. Because that is a backwards pass. So it's going to make it 2nd and 20. Wow. Well, that could have been even more disastrous for Vandy. I'll say that much. Had a Tennessee player been there to make that play, that could have been a scoop and score. Would have been the exact right thing to get Tennessee back in this game. The ball was yes, the ball was batted in the air for sure, but that was a backwards pass. He threw that backwards. Maybe. You know what? Maybe not. Maybe not. I think it sort of all depends on whatever they called on the field. Because it looks like he threw it straight. Like straight at the line. So it depends on whatever they called it on the field. Because they're not going to overturn that. Christopher Brickner, appreciate the 2, says still better offense from Tennessee than Michigan. Makes it all the more interesting if those 2 teams played in a bowl game. But if we blow this ball game, I'm not convinced we go to see them. We'll probably go see somebody like Washington or something if we play a Big Ten team. He threw it forward, but it was tipped backwards. That's probably what they're gonna call. Whatever the call was on the field, I think that's what they're sticking with. Thing is, if Pavia actually throws that accurately, that's a backwards pass. The ruling on the field is actually a backwards pass. So, to me, it should stick that way, but it's SEC ref ball, so there's literally absolutely no telling how this is going to go. There's literally absolutely 0% way to know how this is going to go, but here's the call. They ruled the call was overturned. I just sort of had that feeling that was coming, because we sat. They weren't going. Come on, they weren't going to give nothing to Tennessee. Keep it real. Keep it real. All right, Tim Banks. Well, with that in mind, what you got to call on 2nd down? How are you going to let them convert this 1st down, Tim? I'd love to see. I'd love to find out. All right, here we go. 2nd down and 10. 3 receivers out for Pavia. Looks like we might be bringing a blitz. Gonna be Pavia rolling out. Throws deep down the left side. It is caught. Caught for a huge gain. 1st down. DB got cooked. Colton Hood. Ain't much else you can chop it up to than that. And that's your ball game, ladies and gentlemen. That will do it. Wow. Tim Banks needs to go. He's not. I'm telling you right now, he's not going anywhere. Announcers won't stop talking about Pavia. Well, thank goodness I'm not listening to it. And the refs are here to waste our time with yet another review. Okay, we know this one's a 1st down. He had a foot inbounds when he caught it. What? Yeah, that's absolutely a catch. What are they doing? He bobbled it a little bit, but by the time he maintained possession, he had a foot inbounds. I'd be very shocked if they overturned that. Very, very shocked. The SEC refs, again, they're capable of anything and everything, but it looks to me like he secured it. I'd be very surprised to see them overturn it. That looks to me like a catch. It's not that hard to beat Vandy. Well, unless you're Tennessee, and then it's literally impossible. Unless if you're shit ass Tim Banks. Thank goodness, man. I don't think we're winning the ReliaQuest Bowl with a defense like this. I don't want to see us play Michigan. We will literally Michigan will they will put up a record on this shit-ass defense. They will literally put up a record like Vandy's doing right now. Bryce Underwood would develop to a junior level in that game alone. Gator Bowl versus Miami soon. Hell, I'd love to go to the Gator Bowl. Look, as long as we're not going to the Music Shitty Bowl, whatever, man. Whatever. This season was a wash the moment I saw Tim Banks and what he was doing against Alabama. The season was a wash. It's another mulligan for Heupel, just like year 3. And yeah, the call stands. Thanks. Thanks for wasting 5 minutes of our time with something everybody knew. Why the hell is Rutgers Penn State a 2010's Big 12 shootout right now? Because yes. Because football. That's why. (40-36) the score in that one. What a game. 1st and 10, 11:20 left to go in this game, but if they go up by 2 scores, I'm not sure we do anything. Here's Pavia on the run. Goes down after no gain at all. It's going to be 2nd down and about 11. Going to need about 3 more of those if we want to save our skins here. Thank goodness they don't have Tate Sandell. If they have a kicker with booty shorts, we're cooked. Even if they're at the 40-yard line. They're at the 42 right now. 4 wide set. Now 5 wide. Adjustment up on the line. 10:40 left to go. Still lined in the 5 wide set. Snaps the ball. Pavia throws on the outside. Got a man. And thankfully Colton Hood is there to wrap him up. Or that's actually, no, that's not Colton Hood. That's Jalen McMurray. McMurray there on the wrap-up. Actually, didn't go for the dadgum legs this time, thank goodness. And now it's 3rd down and Tim Banks. 3rd down and Banks. The crowd's louder than it's ever been before. Vandy 5 of 8 on 3rd down conversions. It's time for Tim Banks to mess this one up. Let's see what he's got here. A lot of the game depends on this one, because if they catch it, it's in field goal range. Bunch formation, 5 wide set. All alone in the pocket. Pavia back to throw. Over the middle, wide open, dadgum man. 1st down, Vandy inside the 30. Great. Soft zone coverage. Tim Banks, you are an absolute travesty to this program. I don't know if anybody's ever told you that, but you are an absolute travesty to this program. Get out. Please. He's not going anywhere. I don't know why I'm praying to the football gods that Heupel grows a spine and gets rid of this absolute cancer called the defense, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Soft zone coverage again. And the one moment you couldn't have it. Pathetic. Pavia on the run. Untouched. He's gone. Touchdown Vanderbilt. Good. I'm glad it's over. I am. I'm glad this is over. That's GG's for you. There's still 9 minutes to make something out of nothing, but I think that's the killing blow. Reality is they just wanted it more, you guys. I don't know what else to tell you. Every single game that we lose, the other team just wants it more. Because as long as we keep around Tim Banks, the opposing team just wants it more. Didn't they fire Butch Jones because 9-4 wasn't enough? No, it was because he took one of the most talented teams in program history to the Music City Bowl, and then the following year took us to the worst season in Tennessee history. That's why. 38-24, your new score after Vandy scores. It's going to be a 14-point deficit for Tennessee to overcome in less than 9 minutes. And with the shittiest defense in the country, I don't like our odds. I don't know why you guys are saying fire Tim Banks. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I'm telling you. It is not going to happen. Next year, Tennessee is going to try out the same shitty-ass defense, and the cycle will repeat. We'll lose a bunch of games because of our defense playing like shit. We'll bring in a quarterback who will probably put up legacy numbers like Joey Aguilar is doing, but it won't be enough. It won't be enough. I'm glad it's over. I'm glad.
What the hell is even that?
1998. Yep, great year. Tennessee has some potential for next season, especially considering the fact their team is 50% first and second year players. Yeah, I'm telling you right now, it's not. You can have all the potential in the world. We had all kinds of potential this year, except the shit-ass defensive coordinator who calls the exact same play, the exact same formation every single play. Soft zone coverage, soft zone coverage, soft zone coverage, soft zone coverage. When Vandy knows that's all you're going to do through the entire game on every single third down you get, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to take advantage of it. But no surprise, we got a brain-dead defensive coordinator who's been through 7 lobotomies before coaching this game, as per the usual. Every time he's up there in the stands, all I can think about is what flavor of ice cream he's going to get next. It's the same thing on repeat every time. '22 tier offense. Finally the chance to get something going together. Guess what? You bring a defense that's about as poverty as whatever Lincoln Riley brings out every year. And you wonder why Lincoln Riley can never win anything. You wonder why Lincoln Riley can never win any sort of championship in any capacity or even get close to it. Because every time he gets out on the field, it's the same product every single year. Good offense, great offense, Heisman level offense, doesn't matter. His defense has the worth of a sandpaper condom. That's the same exact thing Tennessee's going through right now. And as long as Tim Banks is there in Knoxville, you're going to see it year in, year out, every single time from now until Kingdom Come. Going for the legs, every time I've watched all these players going for the legs, this is something you see team-based. This isn't something that you see in higher-rated teams. Even the DBs, every time they're going up against a quarterback or a running back, they don't dive for the legs. They wrap them up. Do they pay the defense minimum wage in NIL? No! And the first part of that's wrong too, because we pay them! The freaking talent fee does all the work! Pay my hard-earned money for a defense that can't cover anything. Yeah, we just called the bubble screen. We just called the bubble screen on first down. It was almost picked off for a pick 6. Yeah. There's no killer instinct in this team. None. The killer instinct, whatever hope we had, is completely vanished. Nobody gives a shit anymore. Under 9 minutes left to go, Aguilar taking a shot on the outside. Got Brazel for about 9 yards. We'll be looking at a 3rd and 1. Paying extra money for a Bengals-esque defense. Yeah, crazy, I know. Tried to run it up the middle on 3rd down. I think he got there. I think they're going to spot him. Just enough for the first, yes. That's all you can do. All right. Here's Pavia back to pass. Looking, all time to throw. Now he's getting pressured. Throws late, gets it off, caught. Maybe a 1st down, maybe a little less. No, not even close. That's about 5 yards. Can you wear the mustard costume Monday? I think it's appropriate. I don't know. I think I might have to wear the hot dog costume for this one. Oklahoma's a championship defense, but a toddler offense. How disappointing. Yep, they're down against LSU, but they're still in the fight. They're still in the fight. 8 minutes left to go. Only down by 3. Less deficit than what we're facing. Gets it off on the slant route. Aguilar connects. Good for a 1st down on 2nd and 10. We are scared to throw deep because Joey throws so many interceptions. No, we are not scared to throw deep. We have had many deep bombs, just none of them have connected in this game. Well, with the exception of Brazel, he made the catch. I don't know if they're gonna roll that one. Looks like he bobbled it. Looks like that one was bobbled. They might rule that one incomplete. They haven't favored anything else in Tennessee's side, so go ahead and expect it. The ruling on the field is an incomplete pass. Expect them to stick with it. Can't wait for Faison Brandon to flip to Vandy. Yeah, that's the only reason. If had Florida actually beaten Josh Heupel, if Florida had actually beaten Tennessee, the only reason left to hold on to Josh Heupel or any of the coaching staff would have been for the recruits. That's it. Because this is actually, funny enough, one of the best recruiting classes Tennessee's had in a while, ever since the Butch years. But it's all of our money. All of our money's getting paid for it. We're spending all this money for this. They actually overturned the call and ruled it a catch. Wear it Monday. My girlfriend and I are watching this breakdown in real time and both feel bad and also can't stop laughing. I bet. Welcome to the rest of the entire fan base that's viewing this right now. Must be cathartic. A lot of Tennessee fans are giving you all shit, and I can't really blame you for it. 1st and 10. Aguilar back to pass. Swarmed instantly, rolls down with the sack. Loss of about 9 yards on the play. Offensive line has given up. It is they're gassed. They fully given up. They can't block anybody anymore. Why'd they put this game on ESPN and not ABC? Because Tim Banks ain't running an ABC level defense. That's why. How the hell did Florida not figure this defense out? I just want to understand. Florida's got to be so dadgum bad. They literally could not figure out how to cover or do anything against this defense. That really tells you everything you need to know. Third down and 14 coming up for Tennessee. Unlikely we do anything here, but let's see what funny we can pull. 5 wide set. Aguilar back to throw. Gets it off over the middle. Complete. Well, incomplete actually. It was in his hands, but the ball gets hit out of his hands, and it'll be 4th down and 14. Well, you have no choice but to go for it. There's less than 7 minutes left in this ball game. Down by 2 scores. You literally have no choice but to go for it. Why is Tennessee letting the clock run? Because they're running on 2 brain cells, that's why. Here it is, 4th down and 14. Decides the game. Aguilar back to throw. All kinds of pressure on the edge. Throws a dadgum dump off. Nowhere near the 1st down marker. Stopped at the 50-yard line. And that will definitively be your ball game, ladies and gentlemen. Vandy's going to take over with 7 minutes left to go. And gentlemen, that is your ball game. Volunteers are going to go down once again, and the talent fee goes down along with it.
My grandkids can do better than that.
Certainly true. And what's funny is that nothing's going to change. I said this last year after we got beat down by Ohio State. Nothing was going to change. Truth of the matter is, I think Heupel does have the potential to be a great coach, a championship-level coach, but he'll never show it because as long as he keeps around these fifth-grade level coordinators, nothing's ever going to change. It's going to be the same shit-ass product every single year. We're paying extra money, more money than anybody else, for mediocre product on the field. So great. Just wonderful, just spectacular. You're right there with LSU, but the difference is that the program's dadgum sitting in a cuck chair and we'll pay extra for it. We're all sitting, this entire fan base is sitting in the cuck chair just like LSU was, but the difference was LSU eventually got up and walked away. Meanwhile, Tennessee's sitting there with a bag of popcorn in their hands, chomping away as all their money gets erased to watch a fifth-grade level defense get out there and basically suck on their own asshole the entire game. Great job. Great job. Wonderful. Excelente. I mean, our program just got passed by Vandy. Our little brother just passed us. Think about that for a minute. Our football program just got passed by our younger brother in Vandy. If that doesn't make your skin crawl as a Tennessee fan, nothing else will. Blown out by Vandy. Absolutely pathetic. We're not a serious program. We're not. Tim Banks and Joey Hazel, they'll be back next year. Same product as always. Nothing's going to change. Here goes Pavia. Outside run. Good. Go ahead and blow us out. The more points you score, the better. I would actually like it if Pavia put up 60 points on his own, bring him to New York, and get Tim Banks out of here. I mean, it's not going to happen. He could put up 100 tonight. Tim Banks is not leaving Knoxville. Neither will he be forced to. So if LSU beats Oklahoma, how would it look for Alabama if they beat Auburn? Well, I'm not so sure. Oklahoma just scored a 58-yard reception touchdown. They seem to be alive. Again, Vandy's going to try and run up the score as much as possible as they can in this game because they're going to need all the love and favoritism they can get if they want to come back in this one. That's just the reality of the situation. I'm surprised the Fire Heupel chants ain't started yet. Have the Fire Banks chants started? I don't know. Pavia has more yards than our entire team. Incredible. Incredible. You think Mike Matthews is going to ask for another raise? Yeah, I just realized that. Hey, is he going to ask for another raise? Remember Hey, Matthews, ask for another raise. Please, ask for another one. Oh, look at this. Here goes Cedric Alexander all the way home. Let's go. Cedric Alexander, touchdown Vanderbilt. Let's go. Let's go. Do an onside kick. Seriously. Actually, I genuinely mean it. Do an onside kick. No, like, I'm serious. Score more on them. I need you guys to score as much as humanly possible. No, I genuinely. Get the ball back, score again, and then do it again. Please, I'm begging you. Score more. Score more than you've ever scored before. Genuinely. I genuinely mean it. I need you to. There's only one possible way this clown gets out of Knoxville, and that's the only way it happens. Genuinely, please, score more points. Score more! There's 5 more minutes left in this game. They could score more points. No, not yet. Trust me. Vandy's putting up 50 points in this game. I'm being serious. Vandy will put up 50 points in this ball game. They will. They're going to get this ball back because Tennessee is going to either turn it over or they're going to throw 12 bubble screens, and then they're going to give the ball back to Vandy. And then Vandy will casually stroll right down the field and score another one. It's so bad you've literally got Tennessee fans in tears. You've literally got girls in the stands in tears. That's how bad the product on the field is right now. General Vol 243 or 423, appreciate the 5, says the honeymoon is over for Heupel. Next year will be a make or break year. Tim Banks and the whole defensive staff needs to be fired, and I assure you they won't be. They will be back next year. So will the rest of the defensive coordinators. So will the rest of this defensive staff around Heupel. No, nothing's gonna change. Please do an onside kick. I'm begging you. Dadgummit, Vandy. Come on. Y'all want to prove a point? Prove the point. Please. Y'all want so badly to prove a point. Do it again. Soupy Spirit, thanks for the 2, says, my sweet baby boy Diego just beat the Vols. Congratulations on the win. Young man Connor with the 2. Thanks, buddy, says, this is your humiliation ritual. Very true. Bulldog Mississippi, thank you for the 5, says, congrats on the ReliaQuest Bowl berth, Squid. We are not making the ReliaQuest Bowl. We're too shit for that. This is a Gator Bowl level program right here. Gator Bowl level program that you're looking at right here. We're not worthy of such a prestigious bowl. Aguilar is. Joey Aguilar is. That's not going to make a difference, though. Here goes Aguilar, back to pass. Swarmed again and down with the sack. Way back. I think he lost like 15 yards on that one. Look, as long as it's not the Music City Bowl, I don't care where we go. If we go, I genuinely mean it, and I will tell you guys the date that I do it. I will go down to Knoxville and protest the Music City Bowl. I will literally... I will advertise that on every social media board I can. I'll put it up on the Tennessee media board. I will literally get down in Knoxville in this mustard costume, and I will protest if we go to the Music City Bowl. Genuinely mean it. I will get a board and everything. I'll make it like a mini college game day. I will protest it right in front of Neyland Stadium where everybody can see it. The G10 parking lot, I don't care which. I'll make it happen. I hope we get USC. Now that would be an episode. That would be comedy right there. no, this is awful. This is awful. Is it too late to maybe we I don't know, man. After watching this defense, I think we just need to go ahead and spend the next 3 minutes when Vandy gets this ball back. We just need to spend it hearing more about Lane Kiffin. I'd actually want to hear more about Lane Kiffin than I do want to hear this shit ass defense get out on the field, man. Here goes Aguilar over the middle again. Got Brazel. I feel bad for Aguilar, man. I mean, he would have been in a worse situation at UCLA, no doubt about that. But we wasted Aguilar. I'm just throwing that out there. Aguilar, he's put his heart and soul on the line the entirety of this season, and we have just absolutely squandered it. Yeah, a lot of changes need to be made. Not even just in coaches, because I legitimately don't think it's happening. But when a lot of changes need to be made in personnel. These safeties can go. Most of our DBs, with the exception of Ty Redmond, they can go. Ty Redmond and Colton Hood, obviously, but I think Colton Hood's gone regardless. But if he sticks around, I hope he does. Aguilar to the end zone, well overthrown and incomplete. But those guys can stick around. Colton Hood and Ty Redmond. I hope he sticks around for the rest of the tenure that he has, because he's a beast. I don't know if he will stick around, and I wouldn't want to, seeing this product and working for a defensive coordinator that literally does not know his head from his urethra. But that's just, again, that's what we're looking at right now. Mike Matthews can go too, by the way. Mike Matthews can go. Legitimately, Mike Matthews can get the hell out of here too. Spent the offseason crying about how much money he was making, threatened to enter the portal if he doesn't get more, and then he proceeds to drop a wide open catch like that. Yeah, you can go too. You can get out. Ain't got time for that. We have a talent fee, you know? We have a thing called the talent fee. Pathetic. Going to commercial break. Just call the mercy rule, man. I hate this. I hate this so daggum much. I can't even describe it. This weekend has just gone to shit. There's just some weekends in football to where the football gods just decide that we're going to send you straight to hell and make you suffer. Your team loses. Everyone that you want to win loses. And then the teams that you hate the most are the ones that thrive through it. Texas A&M goes down to Texas. The one dadgum time I root for Texas A&M, they go down to Texas, let the mouse back in the freaking SEC championship again. We get to see the mouse again for the SEC championship. Up against Alabama, I bet, so I get to watch my two biggest rivals go up against each other and make out again in the freaking national championship. I say national championship, they'll more than likely be there based on how this season has gone. I get to watch that again. So great. Spectacular. Knowing my luck, I get to watch Georgia and Ohio State play in the national championship. But I get to watch Georgia, Alabama again in the SEC championship. That's for certain. So I get to watch that. And then whatever else happens, I get to watch that too. I get to watch Tennessee. Hopefully, if we're prestige, hopefully if they're kind enough to invite us, maybe, just maybe, we'll sit there and go to maybe like the Boca Raton Bowl or the Outback Bowl. If the Outback Bowl doesn't even exist anymore. Preferably, I'd like it that way. Maybe just take us to the dadgum Toilet Bowl. shit-ass program thinks too highly of themselves. This is exactly what happens. No, it's not all right. It's not all right. Thank you for joining the channel, but it's not all right. Thank you for subscribing. Alabama can still lose, though. Wouldn't bank on it with the way this has gone. Just throwing that out there. It's basketball time. Woo! Dude, I actually trust Rick Barnes in the Elite Eight more than I trust this defense. That tells you a lot about where we are right now, where we stand as a program. Ay, ay, ay. I don't. I'm not really sure what else I can say. This is just bad. This is just bad football. And the worst part is it's not even over. 3rd down and 11. Taking a deep shot. And it's incomplete. Looking for Ethan Davis. No PI called even though he was holding back his arm. And now it's going to be 4th and 11. Getting belt. You know, you'd think getting belt to ass by our little brother in our own stadium would be more than enough. But of course it's not. Of course it's not. The same coaching staff will be back next year. Can assure you that. Can assure you that. They'll be back next year. Taking a deep shot again on 4th down and 11 to Chris Brazzell. Tried to go up for the catch. Incomplete. No flag again. And, well, if Vandy has any sense, then they're going to run up the score here. But they might just do mercy rule. I mean, for what it's worth, this Vandy team, at least, you know, at least this Vandy team is in the top 15. It's like, you know, that's the only, that's, oh my God, dude. The fact that I'm uttering the phrase, at least Vandy's good, as a moral, we're taking moral victories for losing to Vanderbilt. This is what the program has turned into. Most points versus Tennessee since 1923, by the way. 100 years ago. Great job, Tennessee. Great job. Just wonderful. Another 1st down. I'm not even paying attention. Is anybody else paying attention? If you're a Vandy fan, you got to be loving this. Pavia is having a record-breaking day here in Knoxville, just as per the usual, because guess what? There's no shit-ass defense to cover him. $1998. Remember that 1998 was a great year. Gonna have to add on another chapter to that video. Remember that video? The 1998 video? Oh, there's gonna be a big chapter to that one. You best guarantee it. Holy hell, dude. Absolute poverty. Even NASCAR YouTubers are paying respects. Yeah. I'm gonna give my condolences in just a minute. Don't you worry. I'm waiting for this game to go down to double zeros. Oklahoma survives and thrives. They just clutched up the game. Sooners win against LSU. They clutched up at the end in the most crucial of times. Good for them, man. Good for them, for real. Run up the gut. looking like that's going to be your final play of the game. I think Vandy's actually going to give us the mercy rule. That's real kind of them to do, you know? Real kind of them to do. Tennessee's second half rushing yard total, -6. -6. Negative holy shitting 6. Final play of the game, 3rd and 2. Sends the ball up the gut again. Nobody gives a shit. Not even bothering to tackle him. He gets out of bounds with 3 seconds left. Take the victory formation, and then they'll call it. Vandy just took out the belts and whooped that ass, pretty much. Nope, he didn't get out of bounds. Well, he did, but the clock's going to run out anyway. That's it, baby. There you go. Vandy is going to beat Tennessee in Knoxville, put up belt to ass to clinch their first 10-win season in school history and potentially get themselves a college football playoff berth in the process. Congratulations to the Vanderbilt fans. Give you all a bunch of shit as we always do every year. But Clark Lee has done an excellent job turning this program around. This is a huge win for the Commodores. To beat your rival on the road to clinch what could potentially be a CFP berth. This is an absolutely phenomenal year for Vanderbilt, the best in program history, and you just put the cherry on top by beating Tennessee. Whether or not you go to the playoffs, this is an excellent turnaround for the Vanderbilt football program. You might have passed us, not entirely sure, but what I do know is that this is a hell of a season for Vandy. Enjoy it. I don't know if it'll last like this. I don't know if you guys will come back the next year and then play just to this success or if you'll fall off the face of the earth. What I do know as a fan of the football team that I represent is that you have to enjoy these moments while they last. So for a Vanderbilt fan, live in the glory days. Talk all the shit you want. Let the people know about it because you absolutely deserve it after all the hell that you've been through as a Vanderbilt fan. Experience these moments, celebrate them, enjoy them, and experience the Clark Lee moments in their highest altitude. Congratulations to the Vandy fans. Jared, if you're watching, buddy, good friend of mine, congratulations to you, buddy. Hell of a game. Hell of a battle. You guys put up a fight. Congratulations to Diego Pavia. I gave him a lot of shit over this season, especially in the Chaos recaps. And all I was waiting for was for him to prove that he could talk the shit and walk it too. And he did so. He talked the talk, and now he's walked the walk. So congratulations to Pavia. Came out, did exactly what he needed to do, put on the whooping on Tennessee, and prevails Vandy to what could potentially be the college football playoffs. So however the rest of the season goes for y'all, good luck the rest of the way. Hope you make it to the CFP so you can make our quality loss look better in the process. And best of luck to you the rest of the way. The anchor is down. And with that, all that being said, you did what you had to do, and congratulations on it. GG's. GG's. All right, now with all that being said, I will be back. There's something I need to do before I do what I got to do next. All right. I want you guys to know how bad this is, okay? I want you to know how bad this is for this program. You want to know how bad this is? This is so unfathomably bad that I couldn't even go with the Seagrams this time. I was going to get out of Seagram for this one. No, not this time. I had to upgrade. I don't even like these. But you brought me to this point. You've brought me to this point. You brought me to this. I don't even like these. This is what you brought me to. Thanks, Tennessee. Up all y'all's asses. Yep. Just like piss. Nope. Oh my God. It's so bad. It's so bad. Oh my God. I hate you, Tennessee! I hate you! Oh my God, it's so bad. Nope, this is... I'm gonna suffer. Oh my God. Nope, I'm gonna finish it. Almost there. Almost done. Ugh. And there's still more. It's just like the games. It's like the games. You think it's over, but there's more. There's more. There's none left. I did it. I did it. Oh my God. I just drank a beer. It's so bad. That was so bad. I have to let the taste sit for a bit. Okay. All right. Well, a lot of things suck for us right now. The team sucks. The coaches suck. The only people that bothered to show up were Joey Aguilar and Chris Brazzell and Deshaun Bishop for one half. Everybody else just went ahead and dipped for the season. And yeah, it showed in the performance of this game. Absolutely terrible all across the board. To get blown out by your rival at home in a must-win scenario for the Tennessee program is absolutely outrageous and fireable in any other offense. But we all know it's not going to happen because Josh Heupel is soft. He's had this guy around ever since the beginning of time. He's going to keep him around even though he's not any good. And we're just going to continue to get the same 5th grade level diarrhea the next year. And that's all it's going to be. That's all it's going to be. That's all it's ever going to be. I hate it. I hate being here. But Tennessee is now 8-4, a deserving record for an 8-4 program. This isn't an 8-4 team, you guys. This is an 8-4 program. We're looking at an 8-4 program. We are the new Texas A&M, baby. That's who we are. That's where we stand. So congratulations to Tennessee for ruining my life, making me suffer, and look at where we stand. Whoop-de-freaking-doo! Whoop-de-doo! Whoop-de-freaking-doo! Tennessee sucks again! Yeah! Tennessee sucks again! Whoop-de-freaking-doo! I hate it here. I hate it here. It's awful. It's awful. It's all awful.
This is life and I'm living it. This is life and I'm living it.
My grandkids can do better than that.
All right. I can't take any more. Yeah, that was just horrendous, you guys. 200 people sat in here to watch that, by the way, just so you know. But yeah, that was terrible. That was absolutely awful. Obviously, like I said, you know, the Commodore fans came in. The Commodore team came in and whooped that ass. All there is to it. You know what I mean? There's going to be some dumbass fans out there who are going to blame the refs. Or it's a young team, Squidtard, or something like that. And it's just, every time you do that, it just makes my skin crawl. Just pathetic, man. Just freaking pathetic. It's so bad that even former players are coming out and saying, like, how embarrassing this is. You know what I mean? Just bad. Just terrible. A lot of haters in here. I sort of expected that. Hey, you know, the good news is that we didn't make the, we didn't beat the record. It's still set at 12. Only 10 bubble screens today. Crazy. Ivan Alvarado, appreciate the 5, says, ew, Michelob Ultra, I don't drink alcohol, and even I know that sucks. Anyhow, your streams are awesome, and your content is amazing. Yeah, I don't like, trust me, I don't like that either. But the thing is I don't, look, the reality of the situation is I want to feel the same pain that the rest of my fan base does. I want to feel the exact same level of pain that these players feel, knowing that they're under the tutelage of one of the worst defensive coordinators that has ever coordinated a defense before. I want to feel that level of pain, so that's the only way I could think of doing it. That was terrible. Absolutely terrible. While I'm here, unrelated to the topic at hand, we'll get plenty of time to talk about it in the FBS report and everywhere else, but I did want to leave it up to you guys. I'm gonna drop this in the chat. Another poll for y'all. So obviously we got to figure out what we're doing for next week. Because next week's championship week, we're gonna get some good games as always. You already know the drill with that. But yeah, next week is championship week. And I'm gonna leave it up to you guys. Now from what I know, yeah, Friday's got the Mountain West, the Conference USA, the Sun Belt, and the AAC. I'm probably not going to be streaming that day, but Saturday, so I'll leave it up to you guys. We're gonna be streaming next week. I'm gonna leave it up to y'all to decide when the public stream is gonna be. Now, keep in mind we're also gonna have a members only stream. We're actually gonna have a members only stream today after this one's over. I'm gonna be streaming the Iron Bowl. If you're not a member of Squidtard Sports, definitely consider becoming one if you want to continue to watch me react to these games. I'll of course continue to talk about Tennessee and whatever else that you guys want to talk about over there. I want to start that stream up here pretty shortly. But yeah, we're getting ready to wrap it up over here. I got dinged in the Discord. Why do people? How are people going to ask me? Oh, I thought somebody pinged me to ask. How you feeling, Squidtard? You should come in and see. Oh my goodness. Anyway. Typing out this poll real quick, sorry. Okay, here we go. This is for next week's stream. I'm gonna leave it up to you guys to figure out when we're going to stream next week. Polls out, go ahead and make your vote. This is for next week's stream. I'll be streaming the Big 12 Championship, the SEC, or the Big 10. So go ahead and make your vote. That was terrible. That was terrible. There ain't much else I can say about it, man. That was just so bad. And he's not any other coach at this program that consistently fails like this would be gone. I don't get it. I don't know how Heupel has this much loyalty to a guy that does nothing for this team. I don't get it. He was able to drop Nico. He was able to drop Nico like it was nobody's business, but the moment, it gets down to Tim Banks, he does everything and more to keep him around. I don't understand. It doesn't add up. I don't get it. One more minute, and then I'm going to end this poll. So go ahead and make your vote real quick, and then I will. I'll call it. Ay, that was terrible. That was terrible. Ain't much worse you can draw up than that, I'll tell you that much. And the people are fed up. I knew it was either gonna be the Florida or the Vandy game that was gonna make people change their minds on Heupel. One of the two things will happen. All right, and go ahead and end this poll. Let's see what we get. Whoop-de-frickin-do. Who would have seen that coming? It's the SEC Championship. Yay! I don't know why I'm baffled by that one. I get to go watch the Mouse again. All right. And that leaves it that leaves it down to our members only stream. I'll leave it to y'all again to decide. Choose wisely. I think I already know who's winning this one, but I'll run the poll anyway. So for our channel members, go ahead and make your vote on which one I should do the members only stream for next week. And then that's what we'll decide. Yeah, that was awful. I expect to hear a lot from my Vandy buddy, good old Jared. I expect he's going to have a lot to say to me, and rightfully so, because, boy, we are ass, and they have passed us as potentially as a program. So, yeah, not good. Not good in any capacity at all. Everybody else did what they were supposed to do, though. Florida's beating the piss out of Florida State right now. They're going to win that at least. At least we're better than Florida State. Woo! TCU won at home against Cincinnati. Even Washington State's going to win the Pac-12 championship over Oregon State. Woo! Michigan State won at home. It seems like everybody won at home, except for South Carolina, who's 4-8. Michigan, who's now they lost to Ohio State. West Virginia got blown out. Pittsburgh. Baylor lost to Houston. Okay, not everybody won at home, but you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. Most of those teams were never predicted to win at home. Gosh, Syracuse moves down to 3-9. Got blown out by Boston College, who that's their second win of the season. They finished 2-10. Wow. Snap a 10-game losing streak. That's bad. That's bad for Q's. Golf King, appreciate becoming a new channel member. Thank you. Welcome to the Tartarian Empire. Yeah, Florida State's eliminated from bowl eligibility with that one. All they had to do was beat Florida. That's pretty sad. All right, let me end this poll. Wrap it up. And all right, Big Ten Championship. So we know I will be. So here's the plan for next week. I will be live publicly for the SEC Championship, and then I will be live for the for Patreon, or not Patreon, for channel members for the Big Ten Championship. So keep that in mind as we progress into next week. Well, that sucked as a Tennessee fan. I'll tell you that much. But as a YouTuber, this was a great day. It's always a great day hanging out with you guys. I know a lot of you are just in here to shit on my team, shit on me. And to be honest, a lot of it is deserved based on the fact that my fan base is full of a bunch of idiots, including myself. So I would say it's not necessarily not deserved, but especially if you're a Vandy fan, I gave you guys a shit ton of hell. I did. I gave Vandy fans all kinds of hell this season. Didn't think they were all that. And then they just continued to win and win and win and win and win. And then they just beat the hell out of us today. So that's all there is to it. Ain't much else you can chop it up to. If the coordinators don't change this season and I'm out on Heupel, well, then you're out on Heupel. Because the coordinators aren't changing. So you're out on Josh Heupel. Kennesaw State has beaten Liberty to punch their ticket to the conference championship. Yeah, so it's going to be Kennesaw State and Jacksonville State. Going to be a good battle. I know that for a fact. Any surprising conference championship games for you, Squid? Over the course of the offseason, I mean, yeah, I never expected Indiana to be 12-0 along with Ohio State. I mean, that is crazy. BYU has been a surprise this year. I will say that as well. I didn't expect them to get the... You know, after the whole Retzloff situation, I thought BYU was going to take a big decline this year. But Bear Bachmeier has come in and basically just left... He basically just... quite literally continued from where Retzloff let off. That's where they're at. Virginia in danger here. They're down... I mean, they're up 7-0, but Virginia Tech's driving down the field. Wonder what happens to the Tank Conference if they win that one. But yeah, that was terrible. Somebody said, hold your head high. You will always be the champions of life. That is true. We are indeed life champions. If nothing else, we've got that going for us. God, we straight up lost the state to Vandy, man. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Deservedly so. You bring a shit product to the field, you get a shit product in return. W mustard costume even if I sadly have to see your team lose to the rebuilding V. Yeah, no, they put up a better fight. That's all there is to it. They lost to the team that lost that fire. Philadelphia! I would have said, hold your head high. You beat Florida. That's true. At least we beat Florida and Gainesville. We had the most complete road game performance of the season and then proceeded to shit ourselves against Vandy. That tells you everything you need to know. Squidtard Sports, Penn State is bowl eligible. Yeah, Greg Schiano. I don't know what his deal is, but he just can't get out of his own way. They just continue to be terrible. They get close to bowl eligibility, and then every time they get there, they squander it away by losing. James Madison really pulled away against Coastal, scored 28 points in the fourth quarter. We'll talk about it more in the members only stream. I got to get out of here, guys. I'm going to go ahead and call it a stream. Guys, y'all are wonderful people. I greatly appreciate y'all's support. And I can't explain that enough, how supportive you guys are for this channel. And I love y'all, and I appreciate all the support you've given. And I know a lot of you guys are here just to shit on me and troll me. Sorry, I had to get a drink. the Michelob was it was getting to me a bit. No, I greatly appreciate all the support you guys are giving to this channel. Again, know a lot of you here are just to doo-doo on me and call my team shit, and we're terrible, so there's nothing you could say about my football team that's going to make me feel any worse about them. I already know they're terrible, okay? So that's all there is to it. So for the channel members, we'll see you guys over there in the members only stream. We're going to be live for the Iron Bowl, or at least the first half of it, depending on how the stream goes. So stick around there, stay tuned. For the rest of you guys, we'll see you on Monday for the FBS report over with Red, and we'll see how that I'm sure Red's going to be, doing a celebratory, whatever he does. He doesn't really have a catchphrase going along with him, so there's not much to say. But I'm sure he'll be very, very happy. We might have a special guest on, too, so stay tuned for that. Guys, love y'all. Appreciate y'all. Recap coming later this week. Appreciate it. We'll be live, by the way, Thursday for International Squidtard Day. Yeah, Squidtard reaches its 9-year anniversary this Thursday, so stay tuned for that as well. Love you guys. Appreciate y'all. See y'all next week. And as always, of course, power to Tardaria, and check with y'all next time.